Hey there, everybody out on YouTube there. We're starting a little bit late. We ran a little bit long this morning session, and we're still setting up for the first speakers. So bear with us. We should hopefully be starting here in the next 5-10 minutes. Thank you.
Check. Oh, righty. All right, folks, let's start taking our seats. We're running 20 minutes behind schedule, and people tripping over computers. Should wear this like I'm supposed to. There we go.
Brian, where's the C plug? Ooh.
It's right here.
There it is. Oh. Is that the right one?
There you go. Yeah, you got time. All right, well, I want to get started. We're still doing some setup, but we need to try to get back on the schedule. Speaking of schedule and trying to keep track and stay on track, we find ourselves today in a very unique situation that we haven't seen in a while. Our government employees and not so much the military but in the DOD, but definitely some of the government employees. But for those of you who are active duty and trying to think about getting out, and the whole, don't do it, don't get out, because trust me, ask any of us, we'd go back in, heartbeat. And speaking of getting things together, and the whole theme of ducks with Chip, we need our ducks in a row, and it's vital. This next speaker is going to talk about one way of having our stuff together. I'm not saying the S word, but getting our crap together, and our ducks in a row. And first, I'm going to bring back up Johnny to introduce our next speaker.
Oh, really? Wow. What an honor.
Okay, back again. Thank you for coming back from lunch. I hope you had something in your belly. I want to talk about my buddy here. Okay, so one of the things that you're going to hear from a lot of us that have made this into a career, there's certain mantras that we go by, and definitely with me, it's about relationships. Okay, so Larry's going to come and go, I've never been in the military. It doesn't matter. He's here because somehow or another, in some other event, years, he and I met. And, we exchange, next thing you know, we're throwing each other jobs. When I can't do one, I'm calling Larry. When Larry can't do one, he calls me, right?
Or Toby.
And then there's Toby.
And don't forget Brian.
And then there's Brian. The people that are in this room right now with you, you may not know them, but you should before you leave here, okay? Because we're each other's lifeline. It's a small community, and it teeters. The only way it can maintain its relevance and strength is by you guys maintaining relationships with each other and with us, all right? So this guy is amazing because one of the hardest working photographers I know in DC. Yes, you are. And it's like, hey, if it's not photography, I'm going to find something else to, put bread and butter on the table. But what he's about to talk to you, one of the platforms that's very underrated, not very used properly, because I'm one of them, and I'm definitely going to listen to what he has to say because I want to get better at what I do. Larry Levin.
Well, you just want more work. Well, thank you. That's too much. You took all my time. So full disclosure, I'm not military. I never served, unfortunately. However, my dad did in World War II. I support. My dad was in World War II. He was exempt, but somehow he got in, and he served. One of my uncles was a Marine. He was one of the first groups that hit the concentration camps, and my other uncle was a podiatrist, so he served he met his wife in Morocco and brought her back. So I'm not military, as I said, but I'm here because of my network. And the network is because I've joined different organizations. Through the WHMPA, I met Johnny. And through my work, I met Gary Kiefer, because he was working at the magazine that I worked at before me. Carol Guzy, because of WHMPA, and we have a mutual friend in contact. Bill Gentile, because, hey, we taught at AU together. And I got to meet him, I knocked on his door and introduced myself. And then another person who you don't know yet, but you will by the end of this thing, is Sandra Long. She's an author of a book. So I'm trying to figure out which platforms are you on? What social platforms are you on? On Instagram? That's more of a vanity press. How many jobs have you gotten? People called you and said, hey, I saw your stuff on Instagram, and I'm going to give you a job. Yeah, I heard a laugh. And Facebook is for friends and family. So you got to make sure that all your friends and family know what you do. And that way, that network builds. I'm just good with, oh, and I forgot Sharon. Is Sharon here? She's not back yet from lunch. That's another person I met through the White House, and we've become close friends. And what Johnny just mentioned before is, I trust Johnny with all my clients versus, and he trusts me with his clients, because I'm not going to steal them. He's not going to steal them from me. So we've got that family together. And thank goodness that, and it also helps that Johnny and I are neighbors. I live a mile from his house, so I'm able to knock on his door, walk in anytime I want. And so the thing is, he's got good food too. And so the thing is that I'm going to ask you today is, how do you reach people? You reach people by going to different, like this. As Johnny said today, every person that you meet today, make sure you get their card. Make sure you get their contact information. Make sure you start following them on Facebook. Make sure you find them on LinkedIn, which we're going to talk about in a second. Make sure you give them an endorsement. Endorsements count. How many times you've gone to Yelp and you looked at a restaurant and it's got a 5-star rating? You're going to go to that restaurant versus that 1-star rating. So you're developing credibility on all your platforms. Yeah, so on Facebook and LinkedIn, I don't do a whole big, hey, I saw your stuff. I always do likes. Everyone that I see that I like their stuff, I like it, because it builds up credibility for them and for you. So how do you reach people? You want to go through collaboration. You want to talk about learning. You want to talk about questions. And all these type of things you could figure out on LinkedIn. So the other question we have is, how do you brand yourself? How do you determine your success through these social media platforms? I'm going to push the button, get out your picture range. So today I'm going to reintroduce you to LinkedIn. LinkedIn to me is the professional's Facebook, if you will. It provides your professional outlook. It shows your brand. It's not a very I didn't do a very fancy thing today. I coordinated some of this. I teach at Trinity Washington University, which is a women's college in DC, and so you'll see some of their pictures on here. So LinkedIn, why do you want LinkedIn? Because you are developing you, not anyone else. You are developing your profile. You're putting out, there's about 16 different layers and more of things that you can put in, and I'm going to go through those real soon. You'll see them in a second. So you're reinventing yourself, you're developing your personal brand, and your brand you can control. On Facebook, if you ever get a picture of someone, if you're holding everything you put on the internet, it's going to be there forever, even though you delete it. So if you have a picture of yourself with a red cup from a party, they're going to look at that. Whether it's security clearance, whether the story goes, one of our colleagues at AU, from Bill, one of our colleagues talked about a student that they had where they were going for security clearance. And the guy with the security clearance took out all the pictures and put them on the table. Even though she deleted the pictures, she wasn't able to get security clearance because of some of those pictures with that red cup. This was a few years ago. This was many years ago. But anyway, that's something that you have to maintain, is that your personal development. So why LinkedIn? So it provides a lot of features. One of the features, here's, I'm sorry it's so small, so I'll read them out to you. You're able to get a professional network. You're able to have job opportunities. They have a job search manager that you could put in, hey, I'm looking for a job in New York. I want to be a photo editor. and stuff will come through. You can also find people that you want to collaborate with, develop mentorships. You're also able to follow people that have different industry perspectives. So that's a great thing to have, to whether it's photo associations, some expert out there, and you could be your own expert too, because you are going to define and control yourself. You're going to showcase your work. You're going to promote your resume of skills. As I said, there's 16 different fields that you could put in of different work. You could put your portfolio up there. You could write articles. Write articles is one great way to show that you are the professional. And the thing that I'm going to come back to, so I'm going to say it several times, riches are in the niches. Riches are in the niches. Yes, we're all generalists, but I want you to be someone who is an expert in something. Whether it's nature photography, whether it's, let's talk about our friend Fred Ward, who developed he was a gemologist. And he made a fortune out of those gem books, correct? He had these little pamphlets books. He became friends with Elizabeth Taylor, who had the big diamond. Excuse me. And he made a fortune. So he was a generalist, but he had made riches are in the niches. Through recommendations and endorsements, that what I just said about you endorsing people or you liking people's stuff, it develops that trust and credibility of your work. You're able to get insights of information and sharing, so you're able to follow, engage, join, and share your expertise by writing articles. So job searches. So the beauty part is there's that regular job posting that you could find. I put a post out. I'm not job hunting, but I just want to see what's out there just for fun. What the heck? So I've got this search engine in LinkedIn that's sending me jobs almost every day. Also, I'm going to show you shortly, you're going to find potential hiring professionals. Hiring, and by the way, LinkedIn is the best four-letter word ever made. Is it 4 letters? Free. Free. Yes, you can buy the additional part, but you don't have to. Let's see what I got next. So it's the opportunity for you to create yourself. Your online impression is as important as your in-person impression. When, say, a new client comes to you, or someone's searching for you, and they're looking for you, they could find you on LinkedIn, and then that's a level up of other people that are out there. And if you go to your little phone right now or whatever and Google your name, see where you come up. If you're on LinkedIn, that LinkedIn thing is going to appear first. LinkedIn outranks most websites on Google. So when you're on the Google and you're doing a search, I love it. It's like Betty White. The Google. That LinkedIn is going to come up above your website if you have a website. And you might not even need a website, because LinkedIn does that for you as well. It's like, I'm not behind you. So, in your branding, you want to make sure that your personality shows up. You're not bragging about yourself. You're kind of doing it roundabout ways by showing your expertise, by writing an article, or what drives you, and it shows your values and vision. And that's all of the 16 different items that you're able to produce in all those different fields. Your voice is shown through your content, your posts, your articles, your videos. You could put videos up there, and your likes and comments, because you could search your likes and comments and see how you react to other people. So, you want to brand yourself. You're branding yourself by online through your website, blog post, and LinkedIn. Your physical attire and how you meet people one-on-one, whether it's in workshops and associations or whatever else you do. It's your attitude, your personality, your body language, your smile, your posture, your handshake. That's all about your brand. Do you have a good handshake? Are you friendly towards people? Are you outgoing? And then what other branding things do you have? Your hard copy, your business cards, your brochure, your resume, any papers that you do. It's all a package. You're all a package. I actually have one of those clickers. So you have a mission with LinkedIn. It takes work, but I think this is more important than if you want to make money or get a job or have a professional brand out there. LinkedIn is vital for you. So you want to be interesting, compelling, attractive to your prospective network. You're not bragging, but you're engaging people. Engaged by the articles, by the things you produce. You could put your videos up there. You can put your PowerPoints. There's all these different social media items out there that you can put on. So your goal is to portray your images in a truthful and authentic way. Keep on going. So, as I said, there's over 16 different sections to show your accomplishments. It's basically your resume. You're putting everything out there, your skills, your education, your volunteer work, your professional social media ship. You could put the workshops you attended, the certifications that you've done, the languages you speak. All that stuff is available in LinkedIn for you to provide. Okay. You make your profile public, and LinkedIn also gives you a completeness scale of how much you've got done. And you're able to customize your LinkedIn profile. So it would be linkedin.com/in, and you could put your name there. So mine is linkedin.com/in/Larry Levin. And that's how you'll be able to find me. And your photos are important too. And if we look at the page, hey, Johnny Rivera, look at that young guy. If you look at an old newspaper in the box, it's everything above the fold. The old lesson, right, Gary? Everything above the fold. And above the fold was you had your masthead, your headline, your sub-headlines, and photos. Your headshot, your banner photo, your name. He's the executive producer. I'm going to show you. And you're able to put more stuff here that is keyworded that allows people to find you. Here we go. Can I get this up? Yes. Oops. Give me a second now. How do I do this? This is one thing I didn't practice. Oh, here we go. Here's another photographer that I found. Come on, full page. Great Washington photographer. He's able to put his titles here. People are able to find you. Where is he located? How many followers he's got? 2940, 500 connections. I can message him. Hi, I'm Jose Luis. I'm a highly skilled photographer, journalist with extensive experience working as a wire service photographer in Washington, D.C. And then his featured stories are there. Everything is there, right there. Friendly, personable, and great work. That banner photo. This is faster for me to. Oh, great! Take a picture with my glasses, looking stupid. Very intense. There we go. Come on, Larry. There we go. So I go by my legal name, and I go by Larry. Everything is here. I could put my universities there. I could put my website there. I've got creative event photographer, professional LinkedIn portraits, photography educator, helping to create your visual branding, because that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm also a District of Columbia Notary Public, which brings me to another point. Always have a B plan. Because during that pandemic, I do event work. What happened? All the events were canceled. Luckily in DC, they sent us a little money, but I was able to go make money on my B plan as a notary public. Find something. I walked into notary stuff. It was like, so now I've got a notary family. I've got a photography family. I've got a military family. I've got a basketball family. I've got what I'm going to talk about in just a second. I work for 2 charities, so I've got that family there. So it's all about that network. It's all about that family. It's all about collaboration. I'm open to work. You could put little things right there. And if I move down, I could show you their articles. Can I do that? There we go. My featured articles, and then all my posts. you're showing your work, but you're not saying, hey, silly little picture, right? All these people are the top scientists in the world. They're all members of Optica, which is the Optical Society. They're all physicists, mathematicians. I've got, where is she? A Nobel Prize person. I've got a Sir, from a knighted person in there. All top incredible people. It's like herding cats and getting their picture. Yeah, it's a simple picture. But I told the story about getting that picture and how it's done. So I'm not bragging about, hey, this is a great photo. I'm telling people how this was done and this is how I operate. You're showing your work in a way that people understand how a hiring person can find you. Okay, now here's the tricky part. Going back to the PowerPoint. Come on, baby. I can do that. There we go. When you get old, you can't see anymore, so thank goodness for autofocus, right? Job search. Oh, yeah. So you're able to go up to the top, looking for a job title, let's say photo editor or freelance photographer, where you're looking for them, and boom, they're going to be able to find jobs for you. Now, the other fun part is let's find photo editors in New York, because you're going to want to freelance work, right? You go up here, photo editors in New York, and here they are. There's about 400 of them. And what would I do? So back in the day when I worked at a photo agency, and back in the day in the 80s, I was able to pick up the phone, call a corporation, and talk to the director of communications. You try doing that today, calling up people, ain't going to happen because people don't answer the phone, right? So you connect to them, you connect with them through LinkedIn. Their contact information is there, and you connect with them. And nowadays it takes more than one touch. You're going to have to keep that touch up. If you read Harvey Mackay's book, Swim with the Sharks, he was a great salesman, and he tried to get this client. And it took him years and years. He would meet the secretary of the receptionist and bring her flowers or something. And one day, they called him up because their other supplier wasn't working. And he maintained that client, got that job for that one time, and has been working with them ever since. So it's persistence, even back in the day before social media, there was persistence. But take that lesson to heart that you have to do that today. Whether you're sending postcards, whether you're sending emails, whether you're sending a handwritten note after you meet with someone. A handwritten note, because no one does that anymore. And people will remember you. So this is all free you can do. This job search. The other part about is having a good headshot. So your headshot is an essential part of your profile. Your prospects, clients want to find, retain, refer, or hire someone who demonstrates success and a strong personal brand. Therefore, that headshot's necessary. The beauty about LinkedIn is they have incredible help sections. Everything is laid out there for you. It's all there. It's all in that help section, which is, let's see if I get back to it. Now, important fact about having photos. 4 teams more likely to be viewed by others, and you have 36 times more chance to receive a message. So your professional photography, your great photography, is vital for this. And if you want to be professional, you got to look professional. Clean backgrounds. Blue backgrounds are 30% more will accept your invitation. Be creative, show your personality, and remember all your photo concepts that you saw today. And this is all dealing, and facial expression. You want to build trust. Don't look goofy. Look approachable, look professional, and be happy. Show confidence. Boom. Dress code, keep it simple. They're looking at your face. Here's that LinkedIn help. So here's your page up front. Help Center. Everything is there. They lay it out so beautifully for you. Everything is there for you. You just have to go to the help section. I think, add a color backdrop. So, I find this book, LinkedIn for Personal Branding, the Ultimate Guide. It's step by step. It's all there in one piece. You go buy it on Amazon Kindle, so you don't have to buy the hard copy. The hard copy is like 17. I think you get this for under 10 bucks. So one day I was like, oh, you know what? Let me write Sandra Long. Just say I really loved your book, and I have a question. And you know what? Within 24 hours, she replied back to me, and we become networked. She wrote a book about with my notary mentor, and then our first Zoom call. Hi, Larry. It's finally great to meet you. So now I've got more than just another person within that network. But this is a great book. I don't get commission. I don't get anything. I get nothing. But sharing this thing is really a great resource for you. So let me take my notes here. Find your passion. And the riches are in the niches. And make sure you have a B plan. Be a generalist, which we all are, but be the person that only you are the expert in. Whether it's, Corey Rich has sat here, and he was one of our students, or one of Johnny's students. Also, who was our drone person? Who was here? Another, yeah. Riches are in the, he's the drone guy. So I'm going to leave you with this one rhetorical question dealing with our industry. You know, years ago when we all started out, some people started out before me, we had Time Magazine, Life Magazine, we had Newsweek, we had U.S. News and World Report, and all the newspapers had 2 or 3 million circulation. So our pictures were being seen by millions of people. Today, who's seeing your pictures? I just saw if you haven't seen the White House News Photographers Contest, the awardees, the most incredible images you'll ever see. Storytelling, dramatic, historical. Who's seeing those pictures? Now that the Washington Post might have 200,000, AP, who knows what's happening with AP and seeing those pictures. Who is seeing our photos? That's a rhetorical question that hopefully you guys could help figure out, because we need to get our work out there. The great stories we're telling, the images that we're showing, and that's the question of the day. Johnny, any questions?
Anybody have any questions for Larry real quick?
Real quick? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank
you
you
very much. So let's do a quick 1-minute bathroom break. Go do it.
I pissed everybody off? What? Was this thing on?
And we'll move right along.
Yeah. Now, can the U.S. military be peacemakers as well as warriors? And so
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. All right, there we go. Seats, please. As the great Larry Downing would do at our events. All right, welcome back, everybody. Let's get this thing rolling. We've got a lot to go through. So our next presenter, I'm going to have a special friend introduce him. You know, we finally got Gary back into the fold, back into the community, because he's been living abroad, and now that he's back in our neck of the woods, he's back. So we had dinner the other night, and what's really cool about us, it's the movie Stripes, right? Right? What was all that about? It's about the stories. So we're having dinner, and Gary's like, well, let me talk to you about Bill. You know, there we were in Central America, and I'm with the Contras, and didn't know it, but he was with the Sandinistas, and those guys are bombing the hell out of us, man, and we're getting whacked. And then we're like fighting, and some months or I don't know, years, they finally like meet up and they exchange these stories, and they're like, wait, when was that? And where were you? Yeah, we were whacking the hell out of you guys. I never knew that. But these are the kind of experiences that make us bond with one another. You know, you don't have to be in the military. It's like the experience of trauma and surviving it. That's huge for us. So I want to introduce Gary, Mr. Gary Kiefer. He's an amazing man. He's been a mentor to me for a long time, and I appreciate your friendship. Thank you.
Well, I've known Bill for, well, let's see, since 1984.
Something like that.
We met in Nicaragua. I was with U.S. News and World Report, and he was with Newsweek. Bill started out as a writer for UPI in Mexico City, and then transitioned into still photography. He lived in Nicaragua for 8 years?
7.
7 years. So the man knows how to speak Spanish, let me tell you. And he worked throughout Central America and South America, and in various other places. But this man knows his shit, I'll tell you. He was always a competitor, but he was always a friend. We worked together and worked against each other. As you said, I was working with the Contras and he was working with the Sandinistas, and we didn't know it till Desert Storm. We were sitting down over a non-alcoholic beer and talking about war stories, and we found out we were at the same battle at the same time on opposite sides. That was the one and only time I've ever done that, and thank God that's the one and only time that I ever wanted to do that. But we both kind of grew up in middle-class society, and he's kind of like a brother to me from another mother. But Bill has transitioned into videos. He was one of the original backpack journalists, one of the original platypus, as we called them, transitioning into doing journalism, videography from a backpack, not carrying around 250, 300 pounds of gear, but being able to go into a situation with just a simple backpack. And you'll see that with Bill's work here that it's not the amount of gear, it's the amount of talent that you bring to it. And with that, Bill has been teaching at Kent State, and now he's at an American university. And he's been doing a hell of a job at American University, as Larry will tell you too. How long have you been American?
Since 2003.
2003, that's a long time to be at one university teaching. He's been influencing a lot of good students there. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bill, and ladies and gentlemen, Bill Gentile.
Thank you, Brother Kiefer.
You heard it, man.
Thank you. Am I on here? Yeah. I guess you can hear me. Okay, great. Thanks, Gary, and thanks for the whole crew here who continues with this practice. It's really an extraordinary event that's been going on for a long time, and it's a measure of the people's commitment who put this thing on, which I think there's an abundance of commitment to our craft, to the people who practice the craft, and the people who watch our craft, listen to our craft, pay attention to our craft. As Gary mentioned, I was fortunate enough to, by the time these little cameras came out that actually generated video and sound and so forth, captured this stuff, I was fortunate enough to have gone through just about every phase that you need to, and acquired every skill that we needed to do television. Because I was a print correspondent for United Press International, I knew how to write. I could put a story together. I could cover a story as a writer. I'm also ABC's and later NBC's radio correspondent, based firstly in Mexico for 4 years, and then I lived in Nicaragua for 7 years. So I knew how to capture sound and tell a story with sound. All of these skills that making television depend on, I had learned by the time these little cameras came out. I used to run around Nicaragua with 3 camera bodies, 2 Nikons, 1 Leica, and 9 lenses, and a flash. And I spent a lot of time up in the mountains, covering the war and the war in El Salvador. I eventually I signed my first contract with Newsweek magazine in 1985. Actually, I inherited it from a guy by the name of John Hoagland, a good friend of mine with whom I covered the 1979 Sandinista revolution, when the Sandinista first took power. John was killed in a silly little firefight in El Salvador. He was my predecessor. A year later, I became Newsweek magazine's contract photographer in all of Latin America, covering all of Latin America and the Caribbean. It was like one of 10 positions, as most prized positions that were offered to journalists around the world. So so I'm very fortunate. I spent a long time. I lived in Mexico 4 years, 7 years in Nicaragua, and I've covered conflict, a lot of it in different places too. I'm going to show you a piece here that I did in 2008. And this was with the 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit. I'll show it to you. I have a couple of pieces I want to share with you, so that as we move along, and you're seeing these films, I can stop the program and give you make a point, or you can stop me and I'll answer your questions if you have one. Okay? If not, we'll have a Q&A session at the end of this thing. So before I really start, how many of you are strictly still photographers, only still photographers? I mean, not only that's your primary, and the vast majority of your folks are still photographers. Okay. How many of you practice video? How many of you produce video? Okay, more. How many of you are want to practice video? Okay. All right. So this is, I hope this is going to be like a classroom session and a sharing of what the power of this craft that we call photojournalism or video journalism. I worked for, I tell you, at the end of the 1980s and the beginning of the 90s, I could see the writing on the wall. And the writing on the wall said, the craft of photojournalism is contracting, it's not expanding. And that's precisely what was happening. So when I quit, I left the magazine in 1995, and a lot of my colleagues thought I was out of my mind, because it was such a prized job to have. But I knew that the mechanics of the craft, the tools of the craft, the people who distributed our work, it was all changing. And I was lucky enough to work for the first company in this country to recognize that this new stuff, this new technology that was coming out, was going to revolutionize the entire, production and distribution of video. And that's exactly what happened. So by the time I came to Washington in 2003, I was still freelancing a lot. You know, freelancing, my freelancing depended on time, energy, and access. And in 2008, which was during the campaign for the presidency.
Welcome to Now.
So I read a piece in the New York Times about an offensive that the U.S. Marine Corps was launching in the southern part of Afghanistan, right next to along the border with Pakistan. I pitched the story to the company that I was working for. It was called Video News International, who really, you know, was the spearhead of this revolution. I pitched the story to them, and you know, we came up with a contract. I went to Afghanistan, spent about 3 weeks with these guys, and had probably the best embed that I've ever had with any group of soldiers anywhere in the world.
Now, can the U.S. military be peacemakers as well as warriors? In southern Afghanistan, the Marines face some tough fighting, but also some very unhappy villagers. Stay with us.
Now on PBS.
This part, because it's all about donors and so forth.
On the road. And by contributions to your PBS stations from viewers like you. Thank you.
The war in Afghanistan was the occasion for a rare moment of semi-agreement between John McCain and Barack Obama. This week, both said they want a renewed and enlarged military effort there. What's going on in Afghanistan is pretty ugly. Taliban forces have made a broad comeback. Casualties are way up for the U.S. and its allies. The challenge is immense, not just to win battles, but also to win over villagers to forge a stable peace. Bill Gentile filed this report from the front lines in southern Afghanistan.
Okay, I'm looking.
How many of you here have ever been embedded with U.S. military or with any military? Okay, you know, and when Gary talks about backpack journalism, you know, I was in Afghanistan with a backpack, a little bigger than this, right? And I had to carry around all the gear that I had with me, which was one camera, an external hard drive, my clothes, and food and water. So you know, it was. I mean, that was the lightest that I could go. We had to carry everything with us, and the temperature of this place rose to like 120 degrees almost every day. And to carry around the water to support yourself in 120 degrees when you've got all this stuff on your back, it's a real task. But these guys, you know, you'll see the commanding officer here, and he told me that, you know, what we're seeing right now is about like 10 minutes after I got dropped off by a group of Marines who had made like a circular run every day, you know, bringing supply to these guys out in the field, picking up dead and wounded, dropping off supply, in the field, picking up dead and wounded, So it was the circle, and they dropped me off. And I started to shoot about 10 minutes before I showed up. These guys were expecting me, but I'll tell you what the commanding officer told me when I first arrived there.
For air on target 1.
Okay, I'm going to make this the truck. I'm going to put 500-pound air burst over the truck.
The 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit has come to a tough neighborhood, territory controlled by the Taliban near the border with Pakistan.
Okay, so you're going to let me run first pass and second pass before you do artillery?
And arty. Before we got arty and 60s.
Okay, roger.
So you got that whole minute and a half free.
Sweet, I'll take it.
Okay.
31-year-old Captain Sean Dinan commands Alpha Company. The months that the Marines are spending here are part of a broad strategy to retake control of the area along the Afghan-Pakistan border, where Taliban and Al-Qaeda insurgents have dug in. Dinan and his men use pinpoint accuracy, targeting the enemy.
Right now, sir, we identified the enemy's doing their resupply. We've been tracking on this for a couple days. We've actually had eyes on. We have eyes on the weapon systems, on the ammo. So we're going to hit both the ammo truck that they're doing the resupply from, and we're going to hit the compounds that they're moving to right now.
There is
one of the key components of this backpack journalism craft is the intimacy that you can provide viewers with these small cameras. I never walk around with a big camera, you know, that I'm holding in front of me, because to me it's like if I put a wall of resistance between myself and who I'm talking to. I always use the eyepiece. If you watch this guy closely, he's looking at me as opposed to a camera that's way out here, or opposed to a correspondent, because I always work by myself when I can. Once in a while, somebody assigns me a correspondent to work with, but mostly, I like working alone more than with other people. It really gives me an opportunity to get into these people's heads. When Sean Dinan, the commanding officer, sees me show up, he says, well, listen, and this is important when you go out on these embeds, you got to you have to understand where the lines of communication are, and how far you can take these things. Sean Dinan tells me, you can do anything you want here as long as you don't get in make trouble for my Marines. You're welcome to stay. If you're crazy enough to be here with us, I'll let you go and do whatever you want to do until you screw up and do something that's going to put my Marines in danger. And when that happens, you go home. I said, I'm there. I got it. No problem. So that's the way the story began. That's the way the story continued for about 3 weeks.
There is some confusion about the exact location of the enemy.
That's Sean Dinan.
The Marines are concerned about killing civilians, and the airstrike is canceled. The mission of the Marines represents a new strategy aimed at winning Afghan hearts and minds. For nearly 3 weeks, I followed the Marines on the front lines of what has been called the real war on terror. Their goal, to push the Taliban back and destroy its fixed positions, and just as important, to win the support of the villagers and get the economy restarted. There's a question here. Can these seasoned fighters also play the role of peacemakers and win the trust of the local population?
Machine guns will be at that.
Just like David Brancaccio at the very beginning laid out the controlling idea for this peace, the Marines faced a military challenge, but they also face a political challenge and a personal challenge, a social challenge, right? Because they have to gain the people's acceptance here. And I tell my students, if you don't have a clear controlling idea, and the controlling idea can change every day. Sometimes the story just shifts and goes somewhere where it was totally unexpected. I had to do a lot of studying about the Marine Corps and the way they operate, the way the armed forces operated in the field. So very, very different from my experience in El Salvador and Nicaragua. But, you'll see here that I focus on a couple of characters. And character is nothing more than the vehicle that you find in the field that you load up with information. This is what characters do. It takes you from the beginning of a dramatic arc like this, it takes you through the development of that dramatic arc, and it takes you to your climax. So every story has 3 components, and you've got to figure out what the story is, who are my characters, who are the vehicles that I'm going to load up with information that are going to take me from the controlling idea all the way up this hill to the climax. Okay? So you'll see a couple of characters. I mean, these guys turned out to be, amenable to having me around. They turn out to be intelligent. They turn out to be really professional. And well, you'll see.
Corner over there.
The Marines are operating in one of the richest agricultural regions of Afghanistan. The Helmand River Valley has become a key route for Taliban fighters, weapons, and materiel flowing further north into Afghanistan, and for opium flowing south from this region into Pakistan. This is the opium capital of the world, and it's opium that helps fund the insurgents' fight.
What's up, Lieutenant?
All right, and the village that we can see directly.
Did you hear that? Who said that? What's up, Lieutenant? I did. Why would I leave that in there? I mean, it's not about me, right? Why leave that in there? Why let the audience hear that? Any ideas? Yes.
So they know that he's explaining it to you and not just like giving you command messages?
That, when he responds to my question, and when he's looking at me, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to show the audience what's happening here, and if the person's looking at me, they look, in a sense, to the audience. And when he talks to me and explains what's happening, that means two things. I don't have to sit down and write the narration, because that can be really tedious, and I know that the audience would rather hear about what's happening from them, not from me. See what I mean? So, and that draws, the intention at least, is to draw the audience into the piece and make them interested and make them feel like they're there listening to these people, not me. I have to explain things simply because, you know, when you write a script, when you sit down and figure out what you have and what you don't have, a lot of times you can't get, you know, the exact explanation of what's happening in the pictures, so you have to fill those voids with narration. And I love narration because it's my final stamp of ownership on a piece.
To our east, you see the long wall that's on the east side of a compound across the poppy field to the right.
Second Lieutenant Sean Miller works under Captain Dinan. Miller commands Alpha Company's 2nd Platoon.
My western post sighted a white pickup truck break.
Miller gets word on the insurgents and moves his men into position to take them on.
We have Marines at 59, 54, 55 over.
Taliban insurgents seized this area from the Afghan government about 2 years ago. Back in April, when the Marines arrived, the civilians had already fled to the desert because they knew a fight was coming. In May, as the Marines advanced, the Taliban put up ferocious resistance. But a relentless Marine offensive pushed the Americans deep into the valley.
From the Associated Press.
This area now is a free fire zone. Anyone still here is a suspected Taliban fighter and may become a target. Miller gets word that a nearby squad of Marines is taking fire.
They were engaged by RPG shot and small arms fire break.
I move up with Staff Sergeant Stephen Vallejo. Vallejo is a Kickapoo Indian from Kansas City. This is Vallejo's 2nd deployment. His first was to Iraq.
Apache 2, this is Lightning. Roger, be advised, myself and Comanche are moving to that complex just north of Comanche's old pause, over.
We meet the snipers.
Everybody see this weapon that they're carrying? Anybody know what that is? You know what it is, right? It's a what? Okay. What caliber is it? It's a 50 caliber. That's a big 50 caliber. The projectile is like, I think this long. The whole thing is like that. It's a big ass weapon. How many people? How many of them, like your non-military friends, brothers, sisters, whatever? How many of those understand that? What this weapon is and what it'll do? This weapon can actually eat up a brick wall about a mile away, right? Not very many civilians know what this is, so that's what narration is for. They want to know what what they're seeing. So again, the idea is when you're doing your script, when you're putting your video together, you have to write to the pictures. That's key.
Was lugging a long-range 50 caliber rifle.
So I got to tell them, there you go.
Make our way past fields of poppies and immediately take enemy fire.
Is that incoming, sir? Yes, it is. That's incoming.
The Marines respond with artillery and with the sniper rifle.
Hey, Stanford, we got a tractor moving what appears to be mortar tubes at 3998 mils, 950 yards.
Yeah, I got it. Hey, one man KIA.
This guy, this is a Miami resident, Cuban-American kid. He killed 4 people that day with that rifle.
Along the canal, and he's possible KIA as well.
It's a deadly guerrilla war that goes on day and night.
Hey, get back! What the heck are you doing down there?
The next morning, the Marines spot insurgents moving in on their position from this compound. Miller requests air and artillery support.
Black Knight 6, this is Apache 2.
This is Miller's first deployment, which makes him a rookie. The 24-year-old is from Austin, Texas. He coordinates the 40-plus Marines in his platoon, as well as the air and artillery assault. Huey and Cobra helicopters initiate the attack.
What noise is that? What is that? Is that who's making that noise? What is that? You know? Anybody know? All right. Let's see if you're right.
That's the sound of rapid-fire machine guns strafing enemy positions.
A lot of civilians think it's what the motor on the helicopter sound like, but it's not. Something different. Yeah, it's a gun.
Miller must be sure that neither the artillery nor his Marines on the ground accidentally hit the helicopters overhead. Timing is critical.
I'll tell you when to shoot, all right? 3 minutes, 3 minutes!
Rockets from the helicopters set the fields ablaze.
That's what a helicopter sounds like.
The helicopters pull back, and Miller orders ground fire.
Hey, we got it. Fire! Get the tree line. Along the tree line. Till air comes back around. Get ready to cease fire. All right, reverse to the left, reverse to the left. Right there. Got 10 rounds. All right, cease fire. Cease fire.
When you're in something like this, where there's continuous action, whether it's military, whether it's civilian, whatever it is, I never stop shooting. You know, I'm rolling the entire time. I don't care if it's a 20-minute firefight, half an hour, a calamity on a street. But I try to, I look around and I try to compose and focus on things and follow the leadership or stay close to the story, whatever that story is. But I never stop recording. Why? Why not? Because you got the sound. Because the pictures, that's the machine, that's the engine inside what we make in the field, the pictures. But the heartbeat of what we make in the field, that's the sound, and it's the weakest point of most young people who are going out to make this stuff. They come back with some of the stuff is beautiful, but they mess up on the sound. And because the sound, you have to engage with your characters and the people around you, and you have to be conscious of what's happening all the time. And it's harder. It takes discipline, because if something's happening, when Miller, well, I'll show you. I'll show you when it's more pertinent.
Fire! All right. Now it's just if we see a move, we can kill him. That first shot they did, that place went up in flames. I don't know if it was just because it was dry or they had something down there.
And finally, more artillery.
Oh! I think they're pissed. What do you think? I think they're dead. We started a blaze all along that tree line for about 200 meters. If there's anybody...
Why is he telling me this stuff? Who cares? Why is he telling me this stuff? Anybody? Any ideas? Huh? Because I asked them. It's Lieutenant, what's happening? Lieutenant, if you to get these people to talk to you and to get what I think this is really important, really valuable stuff. To get that, you have to ask these people, what are you doing now? What did you just do? What do you plan on doing? So it's right now what you just did and what you're going to do in the future. They'll tell you the whole story. Some of them won't be terribly articulate, but they'll tell you. They'll talk to you. If they think you're okay and solid person, they'll tell you what the story is. If you don't get it from them, you have to go home and go, oh my God, man, I got to write narration. I got to tell these people what's happening. I'm not sure if I did right or wrong, whatever.
hiding in the tree line, they're either out because of the fire or they're dead because the fire is an explosion. So for our purpose, that was a good day.
And he's not talking to, you know, a correspondent that's standing like 5 feet away from me. He's talking to you because he's looking right at you.
The Marines now are in sight of the Amir Aga village and bazaar, the nucleus of insurgent activity.
I don't think the Humvee can get across this.
But before moving in, Alpha Company must first clear the surrounding area.
Don't move without a guardian angel. All right, all the time. Make sure someone's covering your six. Okay, it's going to be amazing there. If you can, you know, peek over a wall before you enter in from an unexpected direction, do that as well.
If it's okay with you, if we find ourselves right up against a bunker and there's any suspicion, even if it's not firing, we're going to throw a grenade in it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Like fires is channel 1. And
yeah, correct. We get it.
The temperature rises to about 120 degrees.
In video land, you can say things, you can have narration that addresses things, but you know, I spent a day and a half searching for one of these Marines who miraculously had a temperature gauge, a thermometer, and because I made a picture of it because I knew that was going to be important to see. It's important that I say it's 120 degrees, but when you see that, you go, oh my God, that's really hot. You know, it sticks with you.
Hey, hurry up, filter to the right. Hey, probably leave a team over here, and then we'll go across to the next one. We just got to check if we can move across this way or back behind this building. All this has been cleared?
Everything behind us has been cleared.
Okay, everything's behind me.
The Marines find a bunker that had been used to ambush one of their patrols just days before. One Marine was killed here.
Hey, Roger, we're putting a green chem light.
These Marines prepare to blow it up.
It's just a snake compound, a lot of locks. You can't get over unless you cross down a road, which we don't want to do. So it's just going to be slow. And so far, no resistance, no sighting of booby traps or anything.
Neither resist.
Again, an informal interview in the field when they're in a combat situation. I ask him at an appropriate time, and he'll answer me with a coherent answer. I think I inadvertently touched a sound button. There you go. Sorry about that. This is really important.
Distance, but that doesn't mean there's no danger.
There's a gun in the window right now. On the second story, over. Hi, Roger that. Matt and Tanner, you want to hold right here?
Whoa. What's that right there?
Oh, you mean the... Did you hear all that? Listen to this again.
It's not firing, I'm going to throw a grenade in it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Like fires is channel 1. And
yeah.
Patrols just days before.
Here you go.
One Marine was killed here.
Hey, Roger, we're putting a green chem light.
These Marines prepare to blow it up.
It's just a snake compound, a lot of locks. You can't get over unless you cross down a road, which we don't want to do. So it's just going to be slow. And so far, no resistance, no sighting of booby traps or anything.
Neither resistance nor civilians. The streets are deserted as the Marines continue their sweep. There may be no resistance, but that doesn't mean there's no danger.
There's a gun in the window right now. On the second story, over. Hi, Roger that. Matt and Tanner, you want to hold right here?
Whoa. A lot of chattering going on, huh? Every time I'm out with someone, I'm following somebody, whether it's Miller or whether it's Sean Dinan, they are wearing a wireless, okay? It's one of these things. Everybody has seen these. You know what they are. But the trick to this is you have to stop these people when they're doing stuff and put it on them. And it can be bothersome sometimes, and you have to choose the right moment to do that. This guy is wearing one of these things. I hooked it into, I think it was on a pocket here, and I ran it under his bulletproof vest to approximately where this is. When you put a microphone on somebody in the field, it should be with their hand, not your hand. Put your thumb on your lip, straight up. That's where it goes, wherever this thing is, wherever this is. Okay. So what I'm hearing is I'm hearing Miller talking to Dinan, the bald-headed guy, the commanding officer, because Dinan is in a different place. But he can follow what Miller is doing because Miller's giving him the information. So I'm hearing what Miller is saying, all the stuff around me, what's happening, and I'm listening to what Sean Dining is saying, the commanding officer, even though I can't see him, he's in another place. So that's what, you know, listening to that, it really, I think, just underlines exactly what's happening, draws the audience in even deeper, even further.
What's that right there?
Oh, you mean the arty shell that's sitting right there?
Yeah.
The Marines are too pressed for time to determine whether this artillery round simply failed to explode or was wired to kill them.
All right, we'll get our machine gun up here, and then we'll just, that'll be our furthest where we go, and we'll hold here. Push across. What's going on is we've cleared almost half the village already. We're just getting a machine gun in this little tower over here, the only two-story structure in Afghanistan that we can see deep. This squad's going to hold here because we got pretty clear field of fire for at least 100 meters.
Again, if Sean Miller mentioned a house that it's, you know, it's 2 stories high, I better make a picture of it because the people want to see what the hell we're talking about. Yes, sir.
Hey, Bill, I just want to go back to a question, and I want you to answer.
Sure.
You're getting the nat sound. You're asking questions. All right. There's a purpose to those questions.
Yep.
You've articulated that. Are you thinking about how the audience is going to receive this story when you're asking those questions? Are you thinking about that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I've talked to people about it.
So I'm just, for the purpose of this audience, I think it's important because you're asking questions in order to highlight the story, in order to bring something out. What is the overall end?
I want them to understand what their Marines are doing in the field. You know, there's so much pushback against the military these days. You know, I took heat from a lot of people who thought this piece was too easy on the Marines. You know, and I had the, you know, my response was generally, you know, if I would have seen Marines killing babies, you know, I would have reported it. You know, if I could shoot it, I would. If not, I would tell you about it. But my job was to show the Marines what actually they do in the field.
I think it's important to highlight here because some of the members of this audience are on the inside. But they need to understand what you're looking at and what you're thinking because, for instance, Ashley here, who I just met, and Megan, who are working in public affairs offices, they need to think about what you need and how you're thinking through it. In order to translate it to the force, why in bed? And so I'm trying to highlight that. The other thing is that we're fraught with jargon. You asked about the weapon, the 50 caliber sniper rifle.
Right.
Or you mentioned that at that time it was huge, but they had a 40 millimeter Gatling gun on them, and you could hear it going off. There's a lot of jargon, and your audience doesn't know it. And I think you did a pretty good job of bringing out what some of that is.
Yeah, I got to tell you, this was the best embed I've ever had, and I've been doing this for a while. Not long after this, I was with a group of Marines, another group of Marines in Iraq, and they resisted me the whole time that I was there, and it wasn't a good. I mean, these guys loved this piece. I mean, the U.S. Marine Corps was all over this thing. They contacted me. They contacted the outlet in New York. Can we get a copy of this? They had some kind of a big meeting somewhere in the South. They wanted to show the thing. You know, Sean Dinan, of course, was, you know, he was a captain when I met him. Not long after that, he became a major. You know, I don't know if this piece had any effect on it at all, but the Marines that I spent time with in Iraq saw me as a nuisance, basically. And I don't know whose prior experience helped them come to that conclusion, but that was, you know, it was unfortunate. And I kept telling these guys, I said, dude, you know, I'm here to show what you do. Let me, you know, you got the leash up really short, man. Like, give me some rope here so I can have some freedom and talk with these people and show people what's happening. Yes, go ahead.
So I think the point that you made too about him explaining it is his validity of coming from the actual ground unit. So like if he's trying to guess in his narration,
again, I took a lot of heat for this piece who were waiting to see something terrible, from the Marines. But, I just said, this is what I saw. I reported what I saw. I didn't see, atrocities in the field. So how much do we have, by the way? I kind of don't know if I should speed up or just keep going at this pace. We'll keep going at this pace until someone tells me to shut up. How's that? Okay, good. All right, here we go. That's Sean. Give it to him, Sean. Captain Sean Dinan has set up a command post on the edge of the Emir Aga village and bazaar.
They're going to be able to see us real good when the sun comes up.
This sprawling bazaar is the prize of the operation, and the Marines move out to the village that surrounds it.
Apache 2, see Apache 3.
On the right, fields of wheat. On the left, fields of dried poppies. This is the yin and yang of the Afghan farmer's existence. Opium yields more profit than wheat, but it's illegal here. The Taliban has forced many farmers to cultivate opium so they can finance their insurgency. These poppies have been harvested. Farmers make slash marks on the bulbs which ooze a gooey sap. That substance is opium. 5 years ago, U.S. policy was to destroy these fields. Villagers were enraged. Now the Marines leave the fields intact. They need the goodwill of the local population. Everywhere the troops go, they find evidence that the villagers left in a tremendous hurry. Like this baby's crib, still with a mattress and blanket, and this tool used to collect the opium from poppy bulbs. Bicycles, dishes, and houseware, like this strainer, apparently donated by the United States. There's a break in the fighting, and the Marines fall into the routine of life in the field. It's now safe enough to send a truckload of supplies to Dinan's forward command post, including much-needed water for the 200 Marines in Alpha Company. They are among the toughest of the American military. There's a mystique about the Marines, a tradition of achieving more with less and taking on the most dangerous adversaries.
Know ye that reposing special trust and confidence in the fidelity and abilities of Philip M. Pepper. I do appoint this Marine a Corporal in the United States Marine Corps.
Today, Captain Dinan promotes one of his men in a ceremony right on the battlefield.
Sorry, White.
I once was lost.
These men have become family, bonded by one of the most formative experiences of their young lives. In early morning light, I move out with 4th Platoon to clear the bazaar. It's the last step of the military operation before they can start making peace. And it could be the most dangerous. The Taliban have controlled this bazaar for 2 years, and they've had plenty of time to set up defensive positions and to wire it with traps and explosives. The Marines are covered by attack helicopters. The streets are empty, and it's slow going. One Marine uses a metal detector for improvised explosive devices, or IEDs, that are so infamous and so deadly in Iraq. Now, insurgents are using them here. The Marines move door to door, blowing the locks off stalls. Captain Dinan oversees the operation. For Sean Dinan, commanding a company of Marines is a dream come true. Dinan is 4th-generation military of his Irish family, which claims 4 Purple Hearts since World War II. He was raised just outside of Boston and graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis, Maryland. Dinan's been a Marine for 10 years. This is his 4th deployment, the most recent in Ramadi, Iraq, so he knows something about rough neighborhoods.
Got something that could be nothing, but don't want to take the chance.
Lieutenant Jack Treptow and 4th Platoon come across a padlocked freezer.
Right there we have an industrial-sized refrigerator that has 2 sets of wires running out of it.
He suspects the red flag just across the street signifies a trap. Like Dinan, Treptow and many of these Marines already have served in Iraq, and they know how deadly these innocent-looking things can be.
when you practice this craft long enough, you figure out that your camera and the lens, it's like a big finger that you point at. So I wanted people to see that red flag on the opposite side of the street. I wanted to connect it with this big cooler. So I have to point the camera at them and say, this is what I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about, that's what I'm talking about.
They use a remote-controlled robot to examine the freezer close up, and explosives to blow the lock and chain off the freezer door. This time, it's only soft drinks.
Harmless. All right.
Take a look.
The platoon takes a smoke break, and Lieutenant Treptow brings them up to date.
Yeah, I know we're not finding a lot on the way up, but believe me, this clearance is going to get a ton of out of the bazaar.
And it does. Mortars already wired as roadside bombs, rocket-propelled grenades, ammunition and weapons. The bazaar is clear. The combat part of the mission has been accomplished. But what comes next is just as tough. The Marines need to win the trust of the locals who have been living in a battle zone for years.
So we're going to the second half of the controlling idea here. The military part is over. Now we're dealing with the political part, the social part, and it's another phase of the whole operation. So to show this, to make people understand, I've got to make pictures of change, of something happening, something moving from one place to another. Guess what? These Humvees were perfect. So you learn to shoot what we call B-roll that can support your controlling idea, support your story, because otherwise if you don't generate this stuff, you can't say it's happening. So I'm looking for anything that's moving, going from one place to another. We're moving from the military to the peasants.
They reach out to civilians who had taken refuge in the nearby desert.
There you go.
Still warriors, the Marines now are diplomats.
Singe.
Exiled during the fighting, the civilians are eager to return home. But not all the civilians are happy. Saeed Gould, a farmer, tells the Marines his home has been damaged by American bombs and artillery.
I apologize for my Marines.
Saeed urges the Marines to come to his home and see the damage and asks them to pay for it.
Do you need anything right now that we can help you with?
All of these men want something. This man says a wound on his son's chest is infected and the boy needs help.
If you notice, I'm getting different shots of this, different contexts. I have a close-up and then have a wide shot, then another close-up. You know, you can't be there for the whole 20 minutes. You know, just focusing on one composition. You've got to move around. You have to get different shots that move your piece along with them.
Others ask the Marines for help with irrigation.
How many gallons of oil we can give him?
Tell him 8.
The Marines decide to hand over diesel, which fuels the water pumps. The men said they had not used the pumps and their crops had not been watered during the past 40 days because they had evacuated the area. Saeed Gould is here to press his case for help. He's a respected landowner, 38 years old, married, with 12 children. He says his house is just across the canal. He cultivates wheat and poppies and has a small clothing shop in the bazaar. He offers up this bag of opium in return for help. The Marines decline his offer.
All 6 rooms, they collapsed.
Saeed is not optimistic that he will get help, and his words indicate how difficult the Marines' mission will be. A civilian interpreter translates his comments.
American came here telling us that they're gonna help us, they're gonna build things, but these are all tricks, the same tricks that Russian played. They came as a friend, telling us that they're gonna help us, but then they start killing us, murdering people around. So basically, we don't trust them anymore, the foreigners.
Saeed Gould speaks for many of the villagers caught in the middle of a war that never seems to end.
We are the people in the middle, and what we do is We try to just follow the religion of Islam, live our life.
Alpha Company's compound is now a small fortress.
I'll ask you at the end of this who Saeed Gould represents, who he is.
Protected against attack and suicide bombers. 4 days after our encounter at the canal, Saeed Gould meets at the command post with civil affairs officers. He wants money for the damage to his home.
Well, what does he think it would cost to rebuild that house?
It's hard to see here, but there's a little gray thing sitting here. Anybody know what that might be? Anybody know? It's a wireless. It's very much like this one. It's a wireless with the little microphone pointed this way. So I've got 2 channels of sound. I have the shotgun mic on top of my camera, and I've got this thing here, the wireless, capturing sound of these guys here, and it can get decent sound if it's pointed in the right direction. Again, sound is critical.
No, it's not something I just told you what it cost me.
Tell him, unfortunately, I don't have all the money. I don't have the money with me enough to pay for this type of damage.
Saeed Gould won't get any money today. The Marines must win the trust of the villagers, but they must also overcome their fear. These villagers lead the Marines to a dead man whose throat was slit, they said, by the Taliban. They say it's a warning not to cooperate with the Americans. They buried him where they found him. That same night, Captain Dinan coaches his Marines on how their mission has changed.
The last 24 to 48 hours, our area has changed significantly. It's gone from us taking fire on a morning and evening basis to zero contact and locals flooding back into the area.
Anybody guess what this is? That's the microphone. Shows up again. I see Sean Dinan walking across the place where we sleep. It's an open field. We're sleeping on the ground, of course. And he's walking pretty fast. I say, Sean, where are you going? No, Captain, where are you going? He goes, I'm going to go talk to my Marines a bit. I said, wait, stop. And you have to stop these people because there's one reason why Sean Dinan is putting up with me, and that reason is what? What's the reason? What does he want from me? He wants to have a positive story. He wants people to see what the Marines really do. He wants to be on television. He wants his mother to see this piece, and she did. She wept through the whole thing. At least he told me that. So I stop him and I say, this is going to take a couple of seconds. I put the thing in here, I think in his pocket here, and I ran the thing under his shirt, and so he's got a microphone right here. And without this sound, this would have been unusable, and I would have had to write something about Sean is addressing his troops here. But I got him saying what I want him to say.
It's a different kind of battle now.
We have locals in the area. It's going to be a little bit tougher now. All right, you treating a human being like a human being is going to make a huge difference.
Dinan hosts a shura, or meeting of local elders. He understands the importance of these traditional gatherings, and he wants to forge ties with the locals as soon as possible.
We throw a party, it's all out. We don't go halfway.
Because this area was occupied by the Taliban, this is the first shura these men have attended in 3 years. This is what the Marines call the center of gravity. These are the hearts and minds that must be won to defeat the Taliban. The Marines describe their strategy as clear, hold, and build. But without the support of the villagers, there can be no hold, and there can be no build. In attendance are the district governor and chief of police. And not surprisingly, Saeed Gould.
I'm honored to be sitting amongst you right now. I know that myself and my Marines are just another face.
That's the translator, the Terp they call him. He doesn't want to be seen on working with the Marine Corps because he knows what could happen to him and his family.
After 30 years of different people coming through this area, but what I've told my Marines is that the question that they have to answer to you all is that how are we different? I know that all of you just want to live your lives, and that you don't want us to interfere with what you're doing on a daily basis. And it is our intention to help and to protect you.
The day after the shura, civilians return en masse to their homes and their livelihoods. Shepherds return with their livestock to the canals. Shop owners return to the bazaar. And the police re-establish a presence for the first time in 2 years. And you know things have changed when the kids show up. I give these little guys a look at themselves through my camera's viewing screen. It's peaceful here now, but Dinan understands that this is merely the end of the beginning. During the last days of my visit, Captain Dinan took me to Saeed Gul's compound. That's it in the background.
Wait for them to come up to us. We have to be invited in.
It's surrounded by poppies and marijuana plants.
Assalamu alaikum.
Saeed apparently has been napping. Even the locals have trouble with the afternoon heat.
I understand that there was some damage to your compound.
Dinan gets a first-hand look at damage caused to Saeed Gul's house during the Marines' battles with the Taliban. About a month after this encounter, I got word that the Marines had paid Saeed Gul half the money he wanted to repair his home, and the rest was on its way. These Marines may yet win over Saeed Gul and the other locals here, but there have been setbacks in other parts of the country. Just this week, Taliban rebels nearly overran a U.S. military outpost in Kunar province, killing 9 American servicemen and forcing others to retreat. The Pentagon agrees on the need for more troops here. In fact, earlier this year, the Marine Corps proposed to make Afghanistan, not Iraq, its primary mission. The Defense Department said no, and has decided that new troops can't be sent here until more are withdrawn from Iraq. The 24th Marine Expeditionary Unit has made headway in this valley. But to expand these efforts across Afghanistan will be a major challenge for America's next president. As for these Marines, their tour of duty has just been extended until November.
Bill Gentile was embedded.
A little cheesy ending, but you know, we'll forgive him. You know, I don't have control over the whole thing. So we have a minute and a half, or at least I have like a minute and a half. But one thing that I want to tell you: look, none of this is magic. Everybody in this room can do this stuff. All you have to do is have, you know, the intent, the desire, and the training to figure some of this stuff out, because it takes, you know, you don't just go out with a camera and just start shooting stuff. What you come up with is stuff that you can't use, to be honest. It's uneditable. Yes, go ahead.
From the time of you embedding with the Marines and the time of you leaving, how long of a
3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Yeah, it was just short of 3 weeks. Yes.
About, you mentioned B-roll a second ago. Usually, like, when you're making the story, the story comes through the edit, but when you're on the ground, you don't necessarily know that the clips you're going to use are going to go with this. So when you're actually shooting the B-roll itself, like, is there like a sort of methodology you're using, or are you just shooting everything you can see?
Well, that's a good question. And I came back with 65 hours worth of stuff here in 3 weeks. I shot everything that I thought might be usable. You end up throwing a lot of stuff away. You end up killing what they call it. You end up killing your favorite babies. You know, but you want to be sure that you're capturing information, visual information that could be usable in the piece. So you have to keep asking yourself, what's the story now? Every morning I wake up and I say, okay, what is the story now? What's the story now? Who are my characters? Do I have to get more from this guy? I start writing the script in my head when I'm in the field, or my reporter's notebook. Because the thing this could have gone south really easily. Hey, how about this guy Saeed Gul? He's sitting there and saying, we thought you Americans were going to be different, but you turned out to be like the Russians were, like the Soviets were. You just came here, you're killing everybody, you're murdering people all over the place. And he's saying this in front of a bunch of guys with big guns, and he doesn't know these people. But I mean, so my last question to you all, who is Saeed Gul? Who is he? what does, in the film, what does he become?
Afghan people.
I'm sorry?
The representation of the Afghan people.
He becomes the Afghan people. He's the other side of the story. Without him, without Saeed Gul, this thing is just, you know, it's just a story of a bunch of Marines, you know? But he was a gift. Somebody, who knows? Yes.
So are you editing in the field? Or bringing it?
I'm looking at everything that I shot in the field. And I'm logging it, and I can see this thing, and one of the most exciting components of the whole endeavor is I can see this thing, you know, emerging. The story is emerging. This is one of the best things I've ever done in my career.
And the payment on this is, you get a project fee, a day fee, or what, how?
My payment on it is called highway robbery.
Okay.
Okay? That's what it was. I swear, I mean, it's like crazy. But I went to these guys. I knew one, the guy who was running the show, and because I knew him, he was in Central America. He ran the NBC crew there. And he offered me something, and it was terribly low. But I knew that this could be something that I could, that I could use in the future. I wanted to have some say in what was happening in Afghanistan and in Iraq. You know, we have people dying there every day, and I knew that I wanted to say something. So I took it, and this piece was it competed. It was a finalist in the final New York, you know, whatever they call it, show of the National Emmy Awards. And the person who won this is Anderson Cooper. He won it because he did a piece about rape in Congo. It's a two-part story of rape in the Congo. And Anderson Cooper, he's a nice guy. He's smart. He does good stuff. But he doesn't cross the street without a big team with him. I mean, I did this by myself. I wrote it. I shot it. I did the sound. I did everything.
And I just want to point out that this skill set that you've developed can be taken to a corporation, can be taken to a candidate, can be taken here in the United States and made a story or a package for a restaurant, for a hotel, any of those type of commercial ventures. So this skill set is vital.
You, especially the young people here, this is your language of the future. Okay, this is your language, not mine. You know, because I'm ready to check out.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, any questions from you all? Yes, sir.
What was the story that you pitched in the first place? Was it that I'll go out and find the story, or did you have a particular story you pitched?
Oh, no, great question. I just went there, and you know, I knew that this was going to be a big deal. It was a big offensive. You know, I just wanted to be one of the people who told the story about what's happening with these Marines. And I had a bit of a reputation, I think, with the Army and the Marine Corps. So they were cool with me, you know. Yeah, go ahead.
After this aired, did you ever end up seeing any of the men that you filmed from Alpha?
Yeah, with Captain Dinan. Maybe more advanced than Major at this point. And I was in contact with his family, with his wife. Because she had communications, you know, she spoke to him somehow through people every day almost. So you know, that's how I knew Saeed Gul got paid part of the money that he wanted, but not the whole thing, through his wife, through John's wife. And I spoke with him one time, I think, and he's got like 3 kids, 3 baby girls, I think now. Well, they're not babies anymore, but you know, his life is going on, and I think he's still in the Marine Corps, and he's a stand-up guy, a really good guy.
Any more?
You throwing me out?
I'm throwing you out.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Gary.
All right, what we're going to do now is we're going to take a group photo. So please don't go to the bathroom, but it's going to be right out here. So this is the main door I want you to use, but if you there's a few can use that back door, but I prefer you to go out this door so you don't bump any of the equipment. So just file out here. We're going to take a group photo, and then we'll come back and pick a theme and and roll. Rock and roll.
Where are we going?
I just turned this off. Checkity check, 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 check. All right, everybody, if we can start taking our seats. Check, 1, 2, 2, 2. Can we boost it up a little bit? Please start taking our seats. Yeah, we're going to do that first. Please, let's take our seats. Check. What's that? All right, everybody. Is this up? All right. All right. All right, we're going to do things a little bit differently than we have in the past. We're going to actually pull the subject a little bit early, and there's a reason for that. We're mixing it up with bringing things back to more of a photojournalism type feel, and so depending on what subject is pulled, we are going to then figure out the criteria for the judging. So that's why we wanted to pull it early, give the judges, or not the judges, the committee some time to determine some criteria, and then you'll go out and shoot later. But after the theme is pulled, we're going to have a speaker. Right now, before we have our guest speaker, our keynote speaker, I want to introduce another key member who has been here the entire time, who has given back, who is obviously in the military, but has given back to the community, and we couldn't do this without him, Mr. Michael Edgerton.
Carol's going to pull the subjects, but I'm going to do the introduction right now. And I could go on for an hour, but I'm not going to. About 2 minutes here. I'm honored. I'm honored to introduce Carol. We're privileged to have her here today. We are extremely privileged. She's one of the preeminent photojournalists, photographers of our time, period. Having been awarded 4 Pulitzers. You can win a Pulitzer if you get the first Martian landing on I-95, and you're the only one that has it. By the time you win 4, something's going on, okay? So I'll leave it there. I've had the privilege of knowing Carol for more than 30 years. I'm hoping some of you, like Ashley and Megan, I'm picking on you, Ashley's from England, right? You came out of England all the way here because you have an opportunity to get to know Carol. All right? Take that time because she will do that. All right? But in that 30 years, we've gotten to know each other pretty well, to the point I call her wifey, and she calls me hubby. And it's not because we're in love with each other. Well, we are, but because we bicker at each other all the time. All right? So there you go. Carol, first and foremost, is a journalist. She facilitates stories visually. And she does that by letting her subjects convey the moment. And she's there to capture it. And you're going to see that in some of her work. And she brings a great deal of empathy to how she communicates. Lastly, I learned something from Carol, and it wasn't easy. One morning I got up at about 3:30 to pick her up by 5, DC traffic, even at 5 in the morning, to go photograph Stumpy. All right, you're all familiar with Stumpy, the lost tree. And we went out there in the morning, and I had ideas already in my head of what I was going to do, and I was going to paint it with light. And I did that. I went and I took pictures, and I made Carol, 4-time Pulitzer winner, my light torch. And she accommodated me. And then she was there under the tree and shooting different things, and I was watching. And then along came about 8 o'clock in the morning. I'd had enough and said I was leaving. And Carol said, I'm not leaving, and I'm going to Uber home. And then I came to realize she'd already been there 2 weeks before. All right? And the point is, she stayed to the story, told itself, and stayed with the story. I got my meager painting with light and even got a compliment from Carol on the result, but then she got posted on CNN and everywhere else because her story went on over and over. So with that, I just want to say I'm honored. You should be honored. Take advantage of her being here. And I would like to introduce Carol Guzy.
What do I do? Just pick it. Service. Can you hold it up? Service.
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 Service. If this crowd does not know how to spell service.
Can you use it in a sentence? I'm not quite ready. Hang on.
What do I do with that?
Why am I not seeing it? Sorry. Okay. All right. Should Okay, hi everyone. I'm thrilled to be here. Thanks, Mike and Johnny and everyone, for the opportunity to learn from you all and be inspired. I come from back in the day of film in dark rooms, before cell phones and laptops, which is, I'm sure, a foreign concept to many of the young folks in the room. Be glad you never had to hunt for a working payphone or drag tons of equipment to build dark rooms and bathrooms and develop film in toilets. It was also the days of very few women on newspaper staffs and less on international stories, and I'm so happy to see so many more female voices in this profession, and touched when students consider me a trailblazer. My hope these days is to continue doing meaningful work as I chug along, but also to be a tiny inspiration to all the elders like me. As Michelle Yeoh said at the Oscars, ladies, don't let anyone tell you you're past your prime, or gentlemen, of course. So I'd like to give a shout out to WPOW, Women Photojournalists of Washington, that I promised to do. It's a great group if anyone's interested in joining, and men are always welcome at their events. I'll be presenting 4 vignettes from the war zones of Ukraine and gun violence in the backyards of America, a sad juxtaposition of reality. The decision to cover Ukraine initially was really hard for me. With bad lungs, I can't run fast in a flak jacket, and I worried someone would get hurt saving me. And I had an overwhelming sense of dread that I now realize was yet another tragic evil about to commence. But some stories are greater than ourselves, and the compromise was to cover features, not frontline, although that entire country is really a frontline. Random shelling feels more like terrorism to the vulnerable. The goal was to document something a little different, pieces of this complicated puzzle that defines life right there now. And although a picture can be worth 1,000 words, I feel strongly that there's so much more strength in a marriage of both the visuals and the words to evoke empathy. So I'll read the summary stories before each photo gallery. And the first show does have graphic images in case anyone might be triggered, or if you want to shelter your kids, just want to give you a heads up. War is death. The investigations into war crimes is ongoing and chilling, and it's vital to document for both history and to counter misinformation. Echoes of never again were spoken after the Holocaust, but sadly, it never really means never. I feel we're all witnessing ethnic cleansing there yet again. Investigators and volunteers began the grim work of chronicling civilian deaths and assessing evidence of war crimes in Bucha, liberated from Russian forces where atrocities were reported. Bodies lie in a mass grave with workers using a crane to lift them out as families desperately watched for loved ones. And one eerily looked like a lifeless form rising on a crucifix. Eyes of death stare from a body bag, begging the question, what was his final sight before life ended? David Kennerly wrote an op-ed in the New York Times that talks about how we put graphic warnings on images that disturb. But it's far more horrific for the people living this brutal invasion than anyone simply viewing them from afar. And isn't that what society should find most intolerable? Not the pictures that remind us of it. He implores us to not look away. And then it got more personal as families returned. Remains were found in makeshift burials everywhere. Husband and father. I don't want to live with hate in my heart, said Svetlana, about the Russian soldiers that killed her husband as police exhumed his body from their backyard in Irpin. Kostya, father of her child, love of her life, taken away in an instant by a sniper's bullet as he was delivering food to an elderly neighbor. He especially loved animals and rescued them, and one of his dogs poignantly walked in circles around his empty grave. Svetlana wistfully spoke of the husband who wooed her. She was finally able to give him a proper burial. And Ukrainians don't always speak of heaven, but rather she looks up with a tender, bittersweet smile and says, he's in the sky. Son, Lord, I want to die too, wept Olga, as the body of her son is exhumed from their backyard in Malarahan. All that was left was a bag of unrecognizable slivers and a mother's pain that was excruciatingly primal and unrelenting. He was taking humanitarian aid when a Russian tank fired on the civilian vehicle. She went with investigators to the scorched car and in a heartbreaking scene climbed inside, combing through the ashes, seeking justice. Friend, the body of Marina, 32, was exhumed by her friend at a home in Bucha. There were 3 other people buried in this yard, all shot in the eye. Neighbor. In a garden in Bucha were 3 bodies shot in the head. One was Serhi, whose wife gathered pets that survived. Neighbor said he remained to care for his dogs, and in a wheelbarrow nearby was the body of one that had also been shot. A surviving dog pitifully followed the remains of his person to a morgue van. Animals grieved too. Tragedy at Echo Park Zoo. When the war started, I got down on my knees and told the animals I'm sorry they don't understand, said Svetlana, vice director of the zoo near Kharkiv. Staff and volunteers there made heroic efforts to evacuate animals during frequent shellings. At least 5 employees were killed and over 100 animals perished, including some that died of heart failure from fear. And during one rescue, Denny, a 15-year-old volunteer, was mortally wounded. 2 captured Russian soldiers were brought to the same hospital, and distraught zoo workers screamed at them in anguish after learning of the boy's death. One was a Ukrainian separatist fighting for Russia, adding a layer of betrayal to their profound sorrow. At one point, the father took off the soldier's blindfold to show his son's blood still in his hands, in a painfully poignant confrontation of war and innocence. Justice. A Russian soldier sits in the courtroom at a war crimes trial in Chernihiv. He's accused of violating the laws and customs of war. The question is, will Putin ever face his accusers? And of course, sorrowful funerals are held for fallen troops and civilians. The wails of weeping loved ones echo across the land. Soldiers are not the only casualties, as war's toll reaches far from front lines, and families deal with the tragic aftershocks of loss. And it will be accompanied by Ukrainian music, Okyan Elzy. One of the song's lyrics says, "This is how I live, as if I fly. Yes, as if I fly. My heart is sad, and I'm in heaven, my darling, in the sky. My dawn, in the sky."
Вистачить нам сили зробити так, щоб впала стіна, 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 але між нами стіна, стіна, стіна. Чи стане нам бажання зробити так, щоб впала стіна, 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 впала між нами стіна, стіна, стіна. Стільки людей за вікном, на моїй вулиці давно вже весна, і дух захоплює немов висоти, бо так живу, немов літаю я, так немов літаю я, кожну мить, коли зі мною ти. І я на небі, мила моя на небі, зоря моя на небі, відколи тебе знайшов. І я на небі, мов на земному небі, мила коли з тобою, літаю і знов, і знов. І я не знаю, як світанок настає, і як закінчився улюблений альбом, бо не бажаю ні хвилини самоти, і так живу, немов літаю. Де ми з тобою буде, коли закінчиться їхня війна, чи вистачить нам сили зробити так, щоб впала стіна, 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 впала між нами стіна, стіна, стіна. Ким ми з тобою будем, коли налиють і скажуть одна, чи стане нам бажання зробити так, щоб впала стіна, 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 впала між нами стіна, стіна, стіна.
Sorry, I don't know. The next vignette is called For Better or Worse, a Ukrainian Love Story.
Sergeant Misha Varvarich, 28, an 80th Airborne Assault Brigade commander, and his fiancée Ira Botvinska, 19, navigate an altered destiny after he lost both legs fighting during the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Their unflinching romance speaks not of life interrupted, but rather adapted and embraced. Shrapnel pierced the contents of his pockets, and his ID card is an eerie hole where his eyes should be. At a tender age, Ira was forced to mature quickly. She plays footsie with his prosthetic leg and stands by her man even when he can't. They had been living in a tiny room at Truscovitz City Hospital amid a growing legion of war-wounded amputees. I was in love with his legs, especially his tattoos, says Ira wistfully. The tattoos above his knees said, "Face your fear, accept your war." Misha displays not an ounce of self-pity. His ammunition is humor. When asked his weight and height, he quips, with or without legs. He was a bodybuilder and still proudly shows off his physique. In a country with a shattered economy, it's a challenge for Ukrainian hospitals also under attack and understaffed to provide adequate care. The couple still finds joy in romantic dinners by candlelight during blackouts from recent shelling. They made a mutual decision to spend their lives together rather than a proposal. "It's a good thing," jokes Misha. "I can't get down on one knee now." Family and friends piled into the tiny room to celebrate Misha's 28th birthday. His mother brought a cake decorated in patriotic colors of the Ukrainian flag, and school children sent drawings. His wish: "I have everything I want, just need legs. Maybe a car and a house would be okay too." Conversation turns serious when Putin's name comes up. Misha the warrior talks with benevolence. His demure bride says she wants to murder the Russian leader. Misha was on a combat mission when the lethal blast of a mine savagely ripped apart both legs. The grueling evacuation took over 4 hours, and one of his comrades did not survive. He was resuscitated 3 times. In a poignant moment, members of his unit, including one also injured that fateful day, awarded him a medal for courage. Misha and Ira are not merely existing, they're living their lives. Volleyball games and frequent therapeutic swimming activities. Freed from the confines of a wheelchair, they move fluidly together as one body. Is she proud of him? Yes. What do they like to do? Sex. Future plans: build a house, make children, maybe work with others that lost limbs. The war has changed them, in some ways for the better. When Ira realized all her life was in an emergency bag she packed, it shifted her perspective from material things to the knowledge that the value of human life is all that matters. For now, they kiss and cuddle and hold on to hope, in sickness and in health, for better or worse. Misha and Ira traveled to Orlando, Florida to receive rehabilitation and state-of-the-art prosthetics with assistance from the nonprofit Revive Soldiers Ukraine. Founder Irina Vishuk-Desipio has brought countless wounded warriors to the U.S. to heal, since there are few specialists in their homeland. The couple delights in the ocean surf. To live with hope and joy has become a weapon against war. He faced a profound new battle: to walk again. A few weeks turned into 4 months at the Prosthetic and Orthotic Associates Center. Through the kindness of strangers, donations paid for Misha's expenses. In 2023, RSU assisted 39 amputee soldiers in the U.S. at the cost of $1,249,452. Most who are able returned to the front line. "We're not only fighting for our freedom, we're fighting for democracy," states Misha. He felt a purpose defending his country and would go back. Ira, on the other hand, exclaims, "No, no, no, no. I already told him I would break his arms also, not to let him go again." Misha the warrior emerged during the grueling learning stage of walking on new legs. He has the enchanting demeanor of a child, but also the impatience of a toddler, frustrated with slow progress and endless adjustments. "I'm pissed off. I'm losing time," he declares during approximately 11 new sockets, 6 laminates, and a myriad of other tweaks. Staff considered his ability to maneuver the complicated limbs, especially with such high cuts, nothing short of admirable, and acknowledged he was the fastest learner. "He doesn't realize how good he's doing," said Joseph, certified prosthetist. His resiliency was epic. He would fall, dust himself off, and push on. "This corner is cursed," he grumbles as he tumbles yet again. But he was tenacious, and soon a flight of stairs was no longer an insurmountable challenge. "You can feel sorry for yourself or face your obstacles and start working," he says boldly. "I don't know surrender. The blood of a champion runs in my veins, but no one knows the blood, sweat, and tears this takes." In a powerful and poignant moment, he drops his canes in a dramatic gesture as he finally begins walking without assistance on his new prosthetic legs. They form bonds with the other soldiers as they laughed and struggled together. Ira has been a tender constant for Misha, with unconditional support as they transcend this new normal. Though not religious, when he was at war she prayed every night while embracing a t-shirt that held his smell. At their first meeting, his jaw was wired shut after a fight. If she can accept me with all my scars, then she will accept me in every way, he said, a prophecy that proved accurate. They explain how most couples would get on each other's nerves, living together 24/7. You should see us fight like cats and dogs, laughs Misha. Then Ira clarifies, I love everything about him, but sometimes I want to choke him. When she's visibly angry, he has learned to grovel as a good spouse would, and she forgives. Other Ukrainian military fighters shared homes and experiences. The invasion took Denny's leg. Russian soldiers shot his dog. Andriy became Misha's new best friend. Vladislav was wounded fighting with Azov in Mariupol. He's not enamored by the military's choice of drab colors and puts playful buttons on his prosthetic. I want to die with red socks on, he states defiantly. Sasha loves sports and left with 3 different types of limbs. He's written a book about the war, performed with a ballet company, and competed in the Invictus Games. Ruslan always loved to dance. Now his beloved wife Irina grabs his arms and wildly twirls around his wheelchair, savoring life. Volunteers from the large Ukrainian community became friends as they showed them the sights in America. Disneyland, but manatees and live gators elicited shrieks and gasps. Some gave not only time, but also their hearts to the recovering soldiers as they visited a multitude of theme parks. This whimsical world was a contrast to their daily life before war. They didn't drink or go to nightclubs, preferring quiet strolls in Rivne. For the past year, their walks have consisted of her pushing a wheelchair. They never danced together, but Misha chuckles, saying they never really got out of bed either. For an admitted adrenaline junkie, the roller coaster was also a hit, and the fireworks magical. Ukraine came to Florida as Kalush Orchestra performed. They had won the Eurovision contest last year and were among other fundraiser concerts the soldiers attended. During a trip to the Lakeshore Foundation, an Alabama Paralympic training center, Misha's competitive nature was impossible to miss, and he was ecstatic playing wheelchair hoops, pool kayak, pickleball, and rock climbing, activities that not only mend the body, but invigorate the soul. I will win? Yes, of course. I am champion, he says in slowly improving broken English. He was inspired by others with disabilities and heard encouraging words. Your life is not ending. You can live without your legs. You can survive and perform and succeed. He hopes to open a Lakeshore Ukraine, explaining only other amputees truly understand what they are going through. There, they could also address issues like PTSD. There, other soldiers won't feel forgotten. Misha's dearest new friend was Andriy Nasada, who lost both legs, has mangled fingers, and severely damaged eyes after his vehicle hit a mine. He received legs, a prosthetic eye, and plastic surgery for the deep black powder scars on his face. His spirit is gentle and his laugh robust, despite the ordeals he has suffered. The group primped and preened as they got ready to attend a fundraiser gala for Revived Soldiers Ukraine in full uniform. They socialized with donors at a fancy venue amid ball gowns and tuxedos. We hold our hand to our heart and say thank you, Misha quietly pronounced, with a humility that was not a typical personality trait. They all got a little tipsy as champagne flowed and reveled in the romance of it all. The couple had decided to forego a proper proposal since Misha previously joked he couldn't get down on one knee anyway, but it was before rehab. And now he did just that, although a prosthetic one. She said yes. It was so romantic, Ira is reconsidering a wedding, which would be small if the war is still raging. They had a first dance with his new legs and a heart made of candles under a tropical moon. Then a small celebration in their hotel room with Prosecco, margaritas, and belly laughs as they prepared to bid Florida and cherished friends farewell. The last leg of the trip concluded in Miami. Swimming pools and funnel clouds created the memories of their final day. There were no tearful goodbyes as the soldiers each marked the end of this extraordinary journey. Simple hugs and handshakes suffice as they prepare to venture back from a fairy tale land of theme parks and peace to their devastated homeland, while Russia's brutal bombardment continues. I'm grateful to America for all the help, said Misha. God has plans for me, he states confidently. I need bionic legs to be able to lift my child off the ground in the future. Sorry. Misha and Ira are now living in Lviv, and they were thrilled to become parents. But little Marta was born with birth defects and recently passed away just before her 3-month birthday. Life is so unfair. He lost his legs and now their baby. But for a brief moment in time, Misha was indeed able to lift his child off the ground. Breaks my heart. The last Ukraine vignette is called Still Life Ukraine. I felt a surreal stillness walking through bombed out buildings and could almost hear the ghosts of lives once lived there. Hopefully this is a unique view of the tragic legacy of war. Familiar things. We all have kitchens where we cook for family and friends and bedrooms where we dream. Echoes of every day. When a story drags on, compassion fatigue sets in, but it's still just as horrific for the people living it, and they can't turn the page when they don't like the story. They're stuck in reality long after headlines are gone. I found such resilience, spirit, and grace among the people of Ukraine. They returned to pick through the debris of former lives while allowing us to document their profound loss, usually saying thank you. And it's refreshing after being called an enemy of the people here in my homeland. They understand the vital importance of a free press. Democracy is what they are fighting for all of us. What remains? Eerie paintings in shades of burnt sienna, echoes of every day, frozen in a macabre stillness at the precise moment time stopped when Russian bombs rained down on residential dwellings in liberated towns of Irpin, Kharkiv, Borodyanka. Shadows of commonplace, kitchens where we bake and bedrooms where we dream, baby cribs and burnt books, charred cameras that once held tender family photos. A coffee cup sits near a recliner, singed and flaking. A table still holds food left uneaten. What were they cooking that last day of normal? Life interrupted or extinguished. Twisted metal empty chairs, melted microwaves. Too painful to ponder what the power of these weapons of destruction does to human flesh at the point of impact. Civilian things, not the stuff of combatants. Humanity's hopes, dreams, loves. In war, they are sometimes called collateral damage. A popular cat cafe is in ruins, once the scene of camaraderie and conversation over cappuccinos. Broken glass becomes a metaphor for shattered lives. Survivors, saved from the bombardment by fickle destiny, visit in bittersweet homecomings to pick through pieces of their former reality. Others will never return. Their life's breath now a faded memory among cherished keepsakes scattered in living rooms of ash. And another vignette is called Genocide of Learning. A somber start to the school year began in a genocide of culture and learning. Over 2,000 educational institutes and 500 cultural sites were damaged or destroyed by shelling, and I'm sure very many more now. The curriculum includes instructions on emergency measures, and all buildings are required to have bomb shelters. Ordnance lay in empty hallways amid shrapnel-riddled walls and scorched books. The absence of children's laughter leaves a surreal silence. A portrait of Zelensky hangs untouched on a broken wall in a metaphor of resilience. Libraries are decimated, sports trophies litter floors. A ghostly mural of a basketball player watches over a gym turned to dust. Film negatives lie soaked in water,
firefighters used to douse the flames, and ironically, they hold images of Russian leaders being studied in that class. A principal wipes away dirt from a mural created by student dancers that form the word peace in Russian. His elementary school serves as a shelter for elderly babushkas. Svetlana, 75, declared, "Putin is the second Hitler." When students would usually run gleefully through halls on the last day before summer vacation, a mortar attack obliterated yet another school, and the body of a woman lies on a staircase, frozen at the moment of her death, just days after returning from the safety of evacuation. For civilians in Ukraine, daily life is indeed a front line. And the music is by Kevin Custer, Peace for Ukraine. And the last vignette is the gun violence epidemic in America. A mother wails, my baby," as she tucks her son in for the final time and the coffin closes. Tamika Limbrick's pain is primal during the funeral for Kailas Fagbemi, 20-year-old victim of a mass shooting in Baltimore that left 2 dead and 28 wounded in what has become a gun violence epidemic in the U.S. He was my protector, my heart, wept Tamika. I shouldn't have to bury my child. Another young person lies in a casket with mortal stillness, their dreams stolen. His cousin, Kevon Lewis, is recovering from gunshot wounds and a collapsed lung. It was straight horror for real, he said. The bullet was 2 inches away from my heart. His mother rushed to him as police tried to stop the bleeding, and in a body cam video are his mom's terrified screams. No, 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 he's not breathing, she exclaimed. And the officer was heard saying, I need you to fight, come on, bro. Please, God, let him live. Too often, it's young people doing the shooting and doing the dying in record numbers. Historically underserved communities and racial inequities contribute to a culture of bloodshed with a disproportionate number of African Americans dead or incarcerated. Counselors there talk about a higher proportion of emotional trauma that perpetually injures the soul, leading to a loss of hope that kills as much as any bullet. According to the Gun Violence Archive, there were 656 mass shootings in 2023, which doesn't include individual street incidents occurring daily in cities like DC and Baltimore. Homicides in the nation's capital were up 35%. As policymakers debate gun control, the body count rises, with mostly innocents lately caught in the crossfire. It seems society is becoming desensitized, begging the question, is the country accepting this as a tragic new normal? In DC, Joshua Starr, 37, was shot multiple times. His family looked down from their apartment balcony where forensics investigators documented shell casings and bloody clothes. There have been calls for the National Guard to be deployed to stem the rash of violence. Cliche Perry, 18, was at the backyard playground of her building when a hail of bullets cut her life short. Her friend was also killed and a 15-year-old injured. She loved pink, and family showered the services in vivid hues of her favorite color. Children in pink bow ties wept. Pallbearers were mostly female, bedecked in pink finery, and she looked like a pretty angel in the casket, wrapped in a pink suit. Her mother's words, now you're my precious angel in heaven, just as you were on earth, until we meet again, Mommy. There's emerged a subculture for final farewells here. Rituals include lantern releases, elaborate decorations, and a life-size cutout of the departed, where loved ones pose for selfies. Bereaved mothers chat about their own losses, and it seems everywhere there is someone who knows someone affected by gun violence. A quadruple shooting left 2 dead and 2 critically wounded at a corner market near Nationals Park. Trish Harris, 35, had gone there to buy eggs and left behind 3 children just days before Christmas. See those holes, said a neighbor? Imagine what that gun did to someone's head. 2-year-old Jeremy Pucaceres took his last breath in a stroller as he and his 17-year-old mother were shot, caught in the crossfire of a gang beef at their apartment building in Langley, Maryland. His babysitter grieves with neighbors at a vigil where they lay toys and balloons by the tree where he died. As night falls, a lone young boy plays soccer nearby, a future joy denied to Jeremy. Taloria Grant, mother of Brandon, 23, is on a mission seeking justice. I'm his voice now, she declares. Flyers offering a $25,000 reward have been ripped down at the site where loved ones pay tribute with teddy bears and tears. Her apartment has become a shrine to her beloved boy. She recorded his last heartbeats before he passed away at the hospital and keeps the audio in a stuffed toy as a wrenching memorial. She journals to him every day. I can't let you go. I can't let you go. I can't let you go. On October 25th, life forever changed in Lewiston, Maine. A gunman goes on a killing rampage that left in its wake 18 dead and 13 wounded. The massive manhunt continued for suspect Robert Card, a certified firearms instructor, amid autumn leaves and deserted roads as people sheltered in place in fear. Red flags were there. Card's Army Reserve unit reported his instability to law enforcement, psychotic ideations, and hearing voices. He allegedly threatened to do a mass shooting, and his own family expressed dire concerns. The juxtaposition of small-town America and raw violence is profound. Workers clean the steps of the bar, removing all traces of death. A father salutes as his son's name is read at a vigil. Townspeople light candles bathed in the glow of moonlight, and therapy dogs are brought in to heal wounded hearts. A community pumpkin tribute takes place as a day of healing at the bowling alley site. The entire community showed up for a remembrance service at the Basilica, and after each name is spoken, a bell tolls. Then 18 sorrowful funerals begin. Elizabeth Seal uses sign language for I love you during a eulogy over her husband Joshua's body. He was an ASL interpreter at a cornhole tournament for the deaf community when the shooter entered, and he leaves behind his wife and 4 children who are all deaf. She understands the need for guns, but an AR-style rifle, why, she questions. At the end of the service in an empty room, she quietly bids her husband a final farewell, tenderly touching his forehead, then brings the children who sign, I love you, one last time. As we left the church late that night, she said, the pups pointed out one lone star shining in the sky. I didn't notice any other stars, just that one shining brightly. They said it was Dad. Arthur Barnhart's grief is raw. A parent's not supposed to bury their child, he says. He was playing pool with his son at the bar and left just 10 minutes before the gunman opened fire, so he's also experiencing survivor grief. Survivor guilt. Articles said people were holding other people that they didn't even know until they took their last breaths in that place, he says. I'm glad he went quickly and didn't just lie there. Arthur, Elizabeth Seal, and others have turned their pain into purpose, traveling to Capitol Hill in D.C. to lobby lawmakers. Arthur is on a mission for common sense gun control measures, especially a nationwide registry. He ponders why law-abiding citizens need to register a car, but not a gun. His frustration grew while listening to objections during a debate in the Senate gallery about background checks, which are required when buying a gun from a brick-and-mortar store, but not at gun shows or online. He simply cannot make sense of this. He wished he could privately show each lawmaker a photo of the damage a military-style weapon did to his son's body. I wish these people in charge could see them, up front, close, personal, says Arthur. They should walk a day in our shoes. Aftershocks are crippling and life-changing for families, for communities, for the country. Solution-based initiatives are part of an epic battle to save our youth and, in some ways, our humanity. The never-ending debate about gun violence prevention rages on while the death count rises, and soon there's another body in a pool of blood, another vigil, another mother's tears as she cries, my baby, my baby. You'll hear the police, the audio from the police body cam in the beginning, and at the end is the voice of Arthur Barnard. And the music is by Lady Gaga called Angel Down.
Where? The ambulance is coming. Where? We have multiple shootings.
Alright, but he's not on the ground. He said he can't breathe.
Is there anyone over there now? I need you to fight. I need you to fight. Come on, bro. Come on. I need you to fight. Let's go. Get him in. Okay, all right. Listen. Come on, sir. I gotta get this off you. Come on.
Mommy, get to Harbor Hospital now.
Is he still talking? Hold on. We're almost there. Help! I need help. ASW to chest. Entry and exit. John, please let him live. He's talking. All right, my friend. Stay awake, Corey.
Take a church where we used to meet. Angel down, but the people just stood around. I'm a believer, it's a trial, foolish and weaker, although I'd rather save an angel now. I'm a believer, it's chaos, where are leaders, although I'd rather save an angel now. Doesn't everyone belong in the arms of the sacred? Why do we pretend we're wrong? Has our young courage faded? Shots were fired on the street by the church where we used to meet. Angel down, why do people just stand around? I'm a believer, it's a trial, foolish and weaker, I'd rather save an angel now. I'm a believer, it's chaos, where are leaders, I'd rather save an angel
was thinking that he was there alone. Some of the witnesses said that at that moment they were all family. Something has to change. You know, I don't care what I don't care Republican, Democrat. I've watched all these stories from Uvalde and the schools and just all these different shootings. You know, it doesn't matter where they happen. It's not just news. We need to fix this.
People be shooting. I don't like when people be shooting at every single people. But that's why people need to stop walking around and stuff like that. Everybody be outside, kill every single time.
I'm just going to show you quickly Stumpy. To end on a little, well, for me it's a bittersweet note, but I love that little tree. So let me pay respects and honor to Stumpy for a moment. He was blooming his final bloom at this time last year. I was down there, I was at the tidal basin yesterday crying again for this little symbol of resilience and hope that we had at one time. I don't know, is there time for questions or?
Yes, yes.
Where does Stumpy end up after all this good stuff we do?
He ended up in a wood chipper because National Park Service refused to listen to the petitions, to the will of the people who said just try to transplant him. It would have cost almost nothing to try. He was a miracle blooming all these years in that condition anyway. They wouldn't do it. Smithsonian asked to preserve him, even if they wouldn't try to transplant him for the museum collection. They wouldn't do it. I wrote an opinion piece for CNN. I was so pissed off that I actually couldn't be an objective journalist about this tree. So, but yeah, he's gone.
It ain't right. This ain't right.
It was, yeah. I mean, injustice is injustice, no matter where.
We still got it going on, though. You know that, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
Carol, question for you. First of all, thank you for sharing that. And a lot of us are military or prior military here, and thank you for showing the other side behind the operation and how important that the other stories are other than just the military operation. Thank you. Question for you. I know some of these things are really hard to live with. And how are you, one, and two, how do you deal with the pictures we take in our head first before we ever put them into a camera? Right? That's how I feel, anyway, and I'm sure, that's how you see it. And then how do you live with that, because He continues to stay with one.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I'm not a war photographer at all. I don't go seeking bombs and bullets. In fact, I'm petrified of them. I've always covered the humanitarian side of conflicts because I feel civilians are always caught in the middle, caught in the crossfire, whether it's in Ukraine or in D.C. bad, mean streets with gun violence, and it's. I've done this for over 40 years now, and I was a newspaper photographer, so I've covered a lot of feature stories. It's not just, the hard stuff, and I think you get balance by covering the hope that we still have with humanity. But I had many major meltdowns, and I've talked about them very openly. Had to get therapy. I caution young people not to repress things and jump from one story to another like I did, because it'll catch up to you. We're not just walking cameras, we're not robots. We feel things, we're witnessing just because it's not you. If you have empathy, which is the number one ingredient and requirement of being a photojournalist, I believe, your heart's going to break a million times harder maybe than someone who doesn't have that level of compassion or empathy. But I finally got to a point where I realized this is a mission for me. It's never been a job ever. Now I don't even get paid for the stories I do, but I feel like I'm so much smaller than these issues are, and if I could be one small voice, these pictures could maybe enlighten someone or raise awareness somewhere somehow. Then my reason for living on this earth. Sorry, I'm a little emotional watching all this stuff too. And I lost my dad when I was 6, so seeing kids who lost their fathers for whatever reason, or mothers, or anyone, it's always hard to deal with. But I feel like if you realize that you're just a small little link in the big picture, I think it helps you keep doing the stories and really, really hoping that someday it makes a difference. And my greatest wish was always that I would take, or any of us would take, a picture that would end wars forever. There'd never need to be military, and there'd never need to be all this suffering for everyone involved. And I don't know, I'm sure that will never happen, because our species, we keep doing this to each other, which is just, it just makes my heart break over and over. But I'm glad I can at least give a voice to these people who are on the other side of violence so many times.
I have a question. How do you introduce yourself into these very volatile environments, or where the emotions are very heavy, and people necessarily don't want any outside attention?
Yeah, it's always walking a fine line. I'm not a gonzo journalist who knocks on windows of grieving families. I mean, it depends also on the situation. If it's a breaking news story, you're just reacting and photographing what's basically happening. There's no time to necessarily sometimes think it through. For the gun violence, I just spent a lot of time in the neighborhoods, and I didn't push, and people just got to know me. And I think if they get beyond the camera, to me a camera is a barrier. People don't trust, they especially these days don't trust the media for a million reasons. And the camera makes people they behave differently initially. So I think in order for them to trust you and realize that you just want to tell their story, you have no hidden agenda, it's just tell me your side of what you're feeling, your perspective, and allow me to, portray it as accurately as I can. And I think many times people eventually come up to me and say, hey, okay, you can do my story. If they initially said no, or they're like, a lot of the times I'm in, predominantly African-American neighborhoods too, so I'm walking around an old lady with blonde hair and a camera, so I stand out, and there's no way to hide, but I think it's your demeanor, and just, people end up trusting me, and I value that, and I'm so honored by the trust they give me, and I take it really seriously to try to tell their story the best I can.
We started Misha and his wife. Do you think that the emotional attachment you have to them, like building friendship with them, makes your story better? Because, you clearly had the emotions there. Or do you try and keep yourself separate while you're telling?
Yeah, again, that's another fine line. I don't believe total objectivity exists. I think we're subjective beings. I think we're trained professionals. I'm able to do a lot of stories on things I find horrific and still try to maintain that balance and, you know, hands off and take the pictures the best I can to show the reality. You know, but of course you're going to spend a ton of time with, you know, this young couple whose lives have dramatically changed. You know, both in Ukraine, I photographed them, and here in Florida for 4 months. And how can you not get close to each other? And you know, you're, like I said, you're human, and it wasn't some expose story. It was literally about him, you know, trying to walk again, trying to live again after this awful experience of, you know, basically being a war hero. So yeah, they become friends. In fact, you know, there have been a lot of stories that I work on long-term. I love doing long-term stories and, you know, spending a lot of time. It's really hard to do this day and age when everybody wants quick hits, you know, Instagram, which makes me crazy. I feel like we've lost the ability to peel the onion and do those longer form, you know, documentary pieces, at least with help, you know, with the resources. There's not many resources that can support us for doing those kind of stories anymore. But I lost my train of thought. But, you know, there's been a lot of people that I've photographed that still have, you know, till this day remain now my dear friends. I mean, they were, you know, they opened up their lives to me, and they were, you know, courageous enough to do that, and I respected it, and they respected the story I did. And even one, I did a story on Sierra Leone war amputees, little kids that came many years ago, and I spent actually 4 years documenting their whole saga, you know, of getting the prosthetics, and, you know, ended up staying here, getting political asylum, getting adopted, and I fell in love with this one little girl, Mamuna, 4 years old. She had her arm cut. And she was amazing, a little old soul. And then her family, I asked to adopt her at one point, and they were like, Yema. They called me Yema because they couldn't remember Carol, so they gave me an African name. They still call me Yema. Now, nobody knows my name is Carol. But I said, Yema, she needs stability. You are not stability, because I was traveling like crazy. I was divorced at that time. So, but the next best thing, her family that adopted her were this amazing family in D.C., and they eventually made me her godmother and made me part of their family too. And I watched her grow up. She's now an artist. She's living my original dream. I wanted to be an artist. So that's going way over the line of objectivity. She's, you know, now she's literally my family. So it's like, it's fine. I mean, I'm fine with that. And I'm so thrilled and honored. And that was probably my greatest honor. I've won Pulitzers. My greatest honor was when they asked me to be her godmother, because I was just the photographer, and now I'm family.
Any more questions?
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take about a 10-minute break, so you can gather yourselves, go to the bathroom and do that, and then we're going to come back and we're going to go over some of the guidelines of the shoot and who your mentors will be and things like that. I also wanted to mention again, Canon's in the back of the room. Bob Malish is back there. So please, if you need gear, or just pick his brain, he's got tons of knowledge. Thanks for all our sponsors. And we still have the registrations open for those online and stuff, because we have a donation button. So if you want to donate or think of somebody who wants to donate to the program, we are in desperate need, because this year was tough with you know, the situation we find ourselves in. So please spread the word, and see you in 10 minutes.
I was in Iraq, Afghanistan, all for Bosnia. Things like that. Really, it's one of the things that.
Service. That's the thing. That's not my
Be good. Good to see you. Did you win? Did you win? Did you have fun? Did you have fun?
Larry, it's great to see you.
Are we going home now? Are we going home
That's a good thing.
You have all Fred, you have all morning until you can see us, and all you have to do is send you pictures. Throw me someplace. There's nothing to so many things. Tony said, go look at social media to find out who the Hamas plus civilized. Using AI. You can do surface even in that surface.
Check, check, check.
Doesn't matter to me.
Let's take our seats, please. Let's take our seats. I do want to do like a roll call to see make sure we got everybody here. Do we have Alexandra Hewlett? Woo! Megan Hurst? All right. Jeannie Cummings? All right. Matthew McDonald? Right there. Jamie Freeman? All right. Courtney Malone? Courtney Malone. Anson, you're here. Vince Needham? All right. Gregory? How you say your last name? Munchow. I don't know who that is. Oh, that's just the same person. Caden? My daughter. Jason Waite? All right. Whitney Hughes? Yep. And Ashley Taylor? Taylor? All right. So the only one. So who are we missing? Courtney? Oh, way back there. All right. So we will go over who your mentors are in a minute, but before we do that, oh wait, do we have more names down below? Johnny?
Yeah.
These names down here. What is this? Oh, the online.
Those are online.
You got it. All right.
All Watts is in charge of the group, so some of you mentors have an online.
Okay.
To be responsible. Check it out.
Yep. All right. So I'm going to have Benny and Shane go over the guidelines, the rules, and what to expect. So I'll hand it over.
I don't think, well, I mean, for online, do you think I need a microphone or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm talking to this little thing.
Hey guys. Yeah, it's me on the street. Oh my goodness. All right, so let us have a conversation. What is our theme? Service, right? How you approach that theme can be done in two different ways. And how we're going to categorize those things are an editorial fashion and a journalistic fashion, right? Who wants to take a stab at what those two things mean? If you're shooting editorially, that allows you to shoot to the concept. You can shoot a portrait series, you can shoot creative illustrations, you can shoot anything that communicates the message of that theme of service, right? You're in control of the photographs. You're essentially setting them up, right? And then there's the journalistic standard, where you're out shooting a moment, you're finding moments, you're not setting up moments. It could be a story narrative, it could be a story themed, but it's a story. It's a picture package that revolves around that theme that you're out there capturing. You're making those images. Now with the editorial aspect of it, the biggest thing about shooting editorial, especially in a competition like this or any competition, is making sure that you are not deceiving the viewers. If you create an image inside this competition, because we're allowing you the freedom to be creative in whatever product that you're going to produce. If you're creating an image, the judges, your other peers, everybody that's looking at it should look at that and know that the photographer essentially directed, set up, and produced this photograph. When you're looking at journalistic, you can see it. It's the found moments. It's the story I talked about. Don't put the kid on the fence is the analogy that used to be used back at Syracuse, right? We never put the kid on the fence. Most of you understand this because this is how you were taught at DENFOS, and this is DoD standards to NPPA ethical guidelines on how you shoot, news and shoot stories. Does that make sense to everyone?
One of the years, Lance did a story of 2 wedding rings that ended up having little rings. There was no question that he set up these rings. Nobody's going to believe that he found these rings and they happen to have kids. Yeah. So just don't make a story that looks real when you set it up.
We're going to brief the judges and give the judges guidelines. I will tell you that in past, and as it generally seems to be, just this little inside baseball, is that stories created, when you create a story and you're telling a narrative story, tend to hold more weight into judges and to a competition, right? It's your ability as a storyteller, because it is much harder and you will be scrutinized much more when you are in control of the images. The lighting better be perfect, the subject better be in the right, there better not be any distractions, right? You're going to be critiqued much harder when you're in control of those images. So how you choose and what products you choose to decide to put forward, that's on you. I mean, the job and the overall theme of this workshop is to give you something and have you communicate it. And you are going to be judged on how well you communicate service. Any questions?
You might have more after we show the slides.
Any ideas on what you're going to shoot already? Everybody feeling good about it. Service is actually, it's a really good topic, and especially from the military side, service dogs, all these things. Some of you are already thinking of this, like, Benny, don't say my damn story. What I'd like you to do, think about these ideas, bring them to your team lead, your mentor. Talk about if you're the way that you're going to approach this, right? Whether you're going to do it editorially, whether you're going to do it journalistically, and then you guys work it out, work together to create your products. And that's no different than what we should be doing as strategic communicators for the military and for the government, right? If I send you out to shoot an operation and I want it to revolve around partnerships and I want you to bring me a story of partnerships or I want you to illustrate partnerships, this is right in line with what we should be doing as public affairs and as photojournalists, right? So I think it's going to be a fun, creative challenge for you. Don't wrap your head around it too hard. This is made for you to go out and have fun. And now we're going to give you the guidelines to live by for the rest of on how this all breaks down, and then you're off to shoot. So, all right, and then we'll take more. We'll ask and see if you got any questions on the end of this.
Yeah.
Shane, you got a mic?
Yeah, I've got a mic. Could you turn on the laptop? This. I know, I just asked them. I was looking at them when I asked the question. All right. So, before we get started, you guys have heard that most of you are competing in the Hackman Challenge. Most of the staff are working on the Egner Cup, and the chip shot is going to be the single best image of the workshop. I want to make sure that you knew the three people that they were named after. Two of them you met this morning. Ken Hackman, the Hackman Challenge, Chip Shot, Chip Mari, but the one that you didn't hear about this morning was the Egner Cup, which is the more senior people here. And Russ Egner was in charge of naval photography for a while. He was the one that picked my class to go to Syracuse for advanced photojournalism. Mark Kettenhoffen, is he in here? He left? Well, this man did so much for naval photography. He paid for Mark Kettenhoffen to come back from being deployed to be there for when he won Milfog, correct? Yeah, and his big thing was, what have you done for the Navy today? So he was one of the top communicators for the Navy, and he passed away in, I think, '99. So, yeah, it was quite a while ago.
Why are you doing these three gentlemen? Avery, even Mike. Mike started the deal.
Yes, he did.
Egner was the one that took care of me when I finished at RIT, and they wanted to send me to command. That wasn't going to utilize the talent that I had just learned. And he went out of his way. And he talked to people up there and said, hey, let's not waste our money. This guy needs to go somewhere where he can want to shoot this. So I get the combat camera first. And, while I'm doing the job and I'm sending imagery back to the Pentagon, he gets to look at it. He's the one that picks out from the negs which ones are going to go to the archive and to the, outside commanders. But when he does that, about 4 to 6 months later, the rest of the calls, the unused stuff, comes back to us in the mail. Now, I always get this package from Russ Egner. So I always get this package from Russ Egner, and it comes with a note. Hey, you did a great job, it was a great shot, but it always ends it with a sentence, paragraph saying, I think next time you send in more imagery, supply me with more captions. Every time. But because of that, I do so much better in what I do today, because he just hammered it every time until it became natural. Because for a lot of us photographers, if we start out, we're not good writers. Later, maybe. I think most writers who start out as journalists and then become photographers are much better photojournalists. For a lot of us, we have to do it the hard and long way. But because of that, man, he was a catalyst for me.
Still got mine on. But for me personally, Chip Mari, when I did my first workshop in 98 or 99, I think it was 98, he didn't know me during the workshop. I talked to him a few times, but afterwards, when I went back to my command, I was about to apply for Syracuse. I reached out to him and asked if he would give me a recommendation. And he was the director of photography at the Indianapolis Star, and he did it. And, can't even talk about it. All right. So Benny's already talked about this stuff. You decided how to interpret it. Is there anything here that he did not mention? No.
We did.
All right, everybody will be hearing who their mentors are as soon as we're done here. Most people only have one mentor. You guys are the luckiest class going through here because of the spending issues that the government has right now. Having one-on-one mentorship is amazing. You don't have to wait for people for an edit. It's going to be great for you guys. And if you need help, your mentors can often get out with you on a shoot. If you're not seeing what you're looking for, we could talk you through it on the phone. We could come out and be there with you to, we're not going to shoot photos for you, but we can point you in the right direction and say, did you see that? And you might not have seen something. So we're there to help you. And you're going to brainstorm with them before you head out, like Benny said. And you might have an idea that conceptualizing it and being able to explain it to your mentor is a second set of eyes and ears to give you a sanity check. So 3 to 5 images. Often your stories will be stronger with only 3 images. You might think, I've shot 500 images, I have 5 images here, but when you're discussing it with your mentor, you might have 3 solid images and 2 that'll pull your package down. And the judges will be happier with 3 solid images than they would with 3 solid and 2 weak images. So just make sure that what you're putting in there is something you're going to be proud of. And that's another thing is you never want to be able to blame your mentor for not doing well. Like, this is your project. So be willing to fight for your images. Realize that your mentors have been doing this for a very long time and they often know better than you what you're talking about, but in the end it's your package, and if you feel strongly enough, fight for your images. Johnny's going to be giving you a number, and that's how you're going to name your images and your folders. And I'll get into that in just a second. Yeah. Did you turn his mic back on?
There we go. Okay, so the way it's set up right now is that there's going to be a letter in front of your either 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So for the Egner staff people, right, it's going to be an E, and then however the number is according to the name that we have on the roster. For you Hackman folks, it's going to be an H. And, you know, the first number is that. The sequential number is for each image, and you want to number it so it lines up the way you want it to be shown, you know, when it's being judged, okay? And the online shooter, that's going to be an S, then the number, whatever. There you go.
Yep. We say shoot raw, turn in a JPEG. If there's any question about manipulation, we won't stop the judging to say, hey, we need to see your images, but if something comes up and we later need to go back and look at raw images to make sure that you're not doing any manipulation outside of regular government rules. A little bit of dodging and burning is okay, but if you turn a daylight sky into night, you manipulated the image rather than corrected it. So be careful with what you're doing, keep it ethical. You can crop an image, but you can't change the meaning of that image. Often people come with other people. If you are sharing a ride with somebody, you need to split up because don't be on somebody else's hip. If two people look like they shot the same story, the judges will toss out one and keep the other every time when things look too similar. So get away from each other, shoot different stories. And even if people end up, it's service. If two different people end up shooting the Army, if you hear somebody else is shooting the same thing as you, you might want to change your idea or talk to them and get them to change theirs because, like I said, if they're too similar, one will end up being dropped out. All right, this is what you're going to see on this little hard drive right here. It says Visual Media 1. When you're done editing, you or your mentor will be loading the images onto a hard drive. And there's typically a line for this thing when it's getting close to the deadline. On here, this is what you're going to see. Chip Shot, Egner Cup, and Hackman Challenge. Inside there, you're going to put a folder with your number. Then there's going to be your 3 to 5 images. And that's the Egner Cup. Inside the Chip Shot, you're going to put a copy of all of your images. So don't drag them into the Hackman Challenge folder and then drag them into the Chip Shot and they're no longer in the Hackman Challenge. You're going to copy them over so that you have everything in there for them to be able to pick the #1 best photo there. One thing we're going to explain to the judges is that if somebody wins either the Egner Cup or the Hackman Challenge, they will not receive a prize if they were to also win the Chip Shot. So if 3 different people get the 3 different prizes or the 3 different categories, Hackman Challenge, first place in the Egner Cup, and Chip Shot, if you already won Hackman or Egner, whatever prize there was for the Chip Shot will roll to the second place person for the Hackman Challenge. Because the Hackman Challenge, in our opinion, is what the whole workshop's about. The Egner Cup people, it's nice if you win, but we're not here about us. We just like to compete because it's fun. And we hope you guys compete forever. All right. As soon as you get back, check in with your mentor. I know it says team. Most years it is a team. This year it will be mentor. And there might be 2 of them. So make contact with either one, sit down and start editing. Hopefully you're able to get back early enough that if there's more shots that you need, if you've got a hole in your story, you can get back out and shoot a little bit more. But don't wait till the last minute to start editing because you won't have time, and if you miss the deadline, then you don't get judged. And Egner people, typically we're helping people edit, and we sometimes give Egner a little bit extra leeway to get stuff in. Does everybody have computers and something to edit in? Anybody not have a computer? All right, cool. We're good. There are dangerous areas around DC. If you guys at all feel uncomfortable, get out of there. Don't be anywhere that you are going to put yourself at risk. It's a workshop for fun. Don't risk your life over fun. So it's a 24-hour competition, but it doesn't mean you have to shoot all night long. If it's not safe, stop shooting and get back on it in the morning. And yeah, don't give up. Call if you need help. Most of the mentors will answer the phone all night long if you needed it. If you're going to be shooting a night shot, then talk to your mentor ahead of time. Make sure that they know so that they could like put you in that accepted list so you could get through in the middle of the night when they're sleeping. So we just want everybody to be safe. And that's about it. Anybody have any questions about the formatting? Yes.
2 questions.
Yep.
Do we have any things that we put in metadata formatting, and then also what's your policy on dust spot corrections?
If there's dust, correct the dust. Don't correct a bird. Dust. So, and as far as the captions, you should caption all 5 of your photos. They're not looking for a deep dive military caption, Bill Smith, 25 years old from Nebraska. They're not looking for that kind of stuff. They want to know what you're thinking, how you're justifying this to fit into the category. And typically it works better to have a slightly different caption on every one of your 5 images. If they're a picture package, maybe it does have the same caption on all of them. But that's what they're looking for, is what it is that you're justifying your photos. Do not put your name in the metadata. So,
Put some value in that.
right. Just
that the judging, sometimes when it comes down to it and they read it, we've watched packages, like they read the captions and be like, damn, that was funny, or damn, whatever, and it helps. I'm just saying.
80 style, I assume?
It's fine. It could be feature style. It could just be, but yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yes.
I assume everything needs to be shot within the actual borders of DC? Nothing outside of it?
No, if you could get there and get back.
You can go anywhere. We had one person drive to Virginia Beach. Don't do this. Drive to Virginia Beach, shoot a job, and come back.
We've had people that went down into Chesapeake Bay for crabbing. Right over there. So yeah, it's once you can get too comfortable, you get back.
But they definitely want, your mentors definitely want to see what you shot so they can give you some critiques and maybe you get another chance to go back out, if there's time. So don't go, like you said, down to Virginia Beach.
Yes.
Just real quick, you have technology.
Yeah.
You can send images to your mentor and they can look at it and say, hey, I see where you're going. So use it.
Another thing is, do not use this as a way to get access to anything that you shouldn't have access to. We had a guy that went and shot the collapsing of the bridge last year and used it as his military access when this is not a military workshop. It was for military and we support the military and we're part of the military, but he portrayed it like he was there to shoot for the military and it caused major problems.
Ended up on an FBI boat.
So
access to the crash when nobody else had a camera on that ship.
So telling people that your military is not a big deal. But if you don't portray it like you're doing this as an official duty for the military, you are doing a workshop. All right? If you get access to military people doing military stuff, that's great. But they need to know I'm doing this as a photo workshop.
It did not end well for him.
Right.
You can go over to Arlington National Cemetery during regular hours.
Hey.
Say, hey, I'm here in an official capacity and somehow you gain access to something you shouldn't.
Just don't misrepresent yourself.
You're there as part of it. You're in a workshop. So that's it. It's easy.
If you don't have a vehicle, there's a metro station real close to here. You can get just about anywhere in the DC areas. The Cherry Blossom Festival is going on. There's lots of events always going on.
For those of you who have not shot at the DC Mall, me, Larry, I advise you not to bring tripods out because you have to have justification and permits to do so. So just, even a monopod can sometimes get you in trouble.
Even professional cameras, the Rangers out there, Brian got yelled at last week.
Yep.
But that does happen. Then whip out your military ID. Do all the things Ken Hackman told you earlier. Ain't your problem, their problem.
Right.
And now they're your story. Yes. Make it work.
Any other questions?
So,
All right, so now we are going to find out who your mentors and people are. So Alexandra and Gregory, you have Gary Kiefer and Christoph Paul. You guys know who they are? Christoph, come on out here. So there's Christoph and Gary back there. Megan, the lucky person who...
Hold on, Brian. One thing I neglected to mention, as soon as you get your mentors, exchange phone numbers with them.
Right. All right, well, Megan has 2 mentors. She's the only one on that team, that's lucky. Christy Frank and Damaria Jones. Did I say that right? Oh, I call you something else all the time, and usually it's Babe. But Jeannie Cummings, and you have Lance Chung and Henry Villarama.
Have them raise their hands.
Jeannie. Janine.
Right there. Okay. Right there.
Sorry. And Matthew and Caden. You have Shane McCoy and Todd Franham. Todd's back there.
Yep, Todd's back there, and I'm right here. Yep.
Jamie and Sophia, you have Sharon Farmer and Gina Denal. Gina's back there in the red, and everybody knows Sharon Farmer. I don't know where, oh, she's right there.
Sharon's right in the middle.
Courtney and Jason Waite, you have Mark Ketnoffen and Scott Allen. I just saw Scott, and there's Mark. Okay. So, and Vince and Ashley, you have Ken Hackman and Benny Davis. My online shooters. I don't know which camera I'm looking at there, but my online shooters. Shayna, you have Paul Watts. Francois, you have Scott Schmidt. Edwin Riskin, you have Kurt Langfield. Akia Walker, you have Chad Threw. James Britcher, you have Benny Davis. So Benny, you have an online person too, Benny. Okay. Shannon, Pierce, you have Christy Frank. John Odell, you have Lance Chung. Zachary Kendani, you have Shane McCoy. And Zachariah Ferraro, you have me. So please meet up with your mentors, talk about the topic, and we'll see you tomorrow. Oh, we have one more thing.
Hi, social media here. If any of you do anything, take any cool photos behind the scenes, I'll be sharing a QR code to a Google Drive. You can drop it in there. Or you can tag us on our Instagram. We do have a brand new Instagram called DC Photo Shoot Off. It's exactly the name here, DC Photo Shoot Off. So please tag us. We'll repost it, all that stuff. If not, just feel free to post behind the scene photos in the Google Drive, and I'll have a QR code up for y'all to take pictures of, and I'll try and share the link elsewhere. Cool? Cool. Wow. Social media. Who wants this? What do I do with this? Go forth and do great things. She was sitting right there. Anytime. No problem. What I do right now, this is how it looks like. So everybody has access. Day 1, day 2, day 3. We can make your own folder. I don't know much about Google Drive. Well, you could probably access it on your computer as well. But you can make them